Hello, everyone. Welcome back to JS Show. Actually, welcome to the TOEFL Show. So this is episode 0 of the TOEFL Show, and I'm going to create a series of videos to help you prepare for the TOEFL test. This is going to be the most complete and comprehensive TOEFL program out there ever for you to study and learn TOEFL to get the score that you are looking for. So let's get started. So today, as you can see in the title, it's episode 0, so it's a prologue. So I'm going to briefly go through the test structure of the TOEFL test. So now we've got test contents, test time, and test section overview. So this is a test structure. Let me bring myself back up. Make it a little bit larger. Okay, there. So test time is just under 2 hours to complete the test, but allow yourself for 2.5 hours on the test day, okay? And come a little early and get ready for it. So test section overview. So this is the structure of the test. So it's an English proficiency test. So obviously you have 4 sections of the language: reading, listening, speaking, and writing. So reading part, you get 35 minutes and you get 2 questions, meaning that you will get 2 reading passages, okay? So each reading passage is around 650 to 800 words long, each passage, per passage. Could be a little longer, a little less. And each passage has 10 questions each. So 10 times 2, 20 questions, okay? That's reading part. You need to complete in 35 minutes. And once you complete that, you move on to the listening part, and you have 28 questions. So the listening part, you get 5 listening passages, okay? And how it's divided is you have 2 types of passages. First type is conversation passage. So listening you get is conversation in nature. So 2 people will be talking about whatever the topic. And you have 5 questions per passage. You get 2 conversational passages, so all up, 10 questions. And there's another type of listening passages called lecture passage. Okay, so this simulates the professor in the university giving out a lecture to a class. And it could be as long as 5 minutes long, nonstop, or even slightly longer, okay? And you get 3 of them, and you have 6 questions per lecture passage. So 6 times 3 is 18. I'm not a mathematician, but 10 questions from conversational passages, plus 18 questions from lecture passages. All up, you have 28 questions in listening part. Okay, and then you will move on to the speaking part, where you would actually need to speak onto the microphone on the headset. There are 4 tasks, 4 different types of questions. Some questions are similar to one another, but strictly speaking, 4 questions are all slightly different or very different. So I'm not going to talk about the question type here because it's just going to take too long. So just keep in mind that you get 4 questions in speaking part. And after that, last but not least, you have writing section where you have to actually type the keyboard to write, obviously. And you have 2 tasks, so 2 questions, and there are different types. And you have 29 minutes to complete it. Okay, so thank you for watching this episode 0 of the TOEFL show, and we will start the learning material from the next video. Let's start studying TOEFL together. Bye for now. Thank you. I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL Show. This is TOEFL Show episode 1. So we are actually going into the learning materials of TOEFL test in detail. So without further ado, let's get started. And let's get straight into it. So this is a passage. It's the very first paragraph of the passage. And it will continue, second paragraph, third paragraph, as a part of one single passage. Okay, so today we're going to cover question type number 1, factual question. So let's read the passage first. 2 species of the deer have been prevalent. So prevalent must be a part of your TOEFL vocabulary. It means common or widespread. Okay. In the Puget Sound area, Washington State, in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Okay, tell me about the 2 types. The black-tailed deer, first type, lowland west side cousin of the mule deer of the East Washington, is now the most common. Okay, so black-tailed deer, now at present, most common, most popular out of 2 species. So what's the other species? The other species, the Columbian white-tailed deer, okay? So black-tailed, white-tailed. In the earlier times was, so in the past, common in the open prairie country. So they were the most popular type in this habitat, but that's the past. Okay? It is now restricted to the low marsh islands and floodplains along the lower Columbia River. I'm sorry. So it's a semicolon here, but still, it's almost like a but because it says was common somewhere before in the past, but now, right now, not was. It is not in the open prairie country. White-tailed deer live in restricted area, which means within the boundary of low and marsh islands and floodplains. Okay, so they don't live in the open prairie country anymore. They did, and it was quite common, but now they don't live in open prairie. They are restricted, set within the boundary of this habitat, which is not the same as open prairie. Okay, so it's the first time, so I may be covering a little bit more detail than you would have liked, but I just want to do a good job and do it thoroughly. So let's write a quick note of first paragraph here. So black-tailed deer is most common now, and they have their own habitat. It was written there, lowland and something. And white-tailed deer was common in open prairie, but now they are restricted in different habitat, not open prairie. It was low and marsh island, wasn't it? Right? Yeah, so that's pretty much a complete note for the whole paragraph, I feel. So let's move up and let's solve this question. Okay, according to paragraph 1, which of the following is true? So by looking at this, we know it is factual question type. So as you read the question, you need to be able to identify which question type it is, okay? To use strategy to tackle TOEFL. True of white-tailed deer of the Puget Sound. So we need to choose the right information of the white-tailed deer. So probably 99% it will come out from this area here, right? Okay, number one, it's native to lowland and marshes. So it comes from originally. So again, should be part of your TOEFL vocabulary. If you don't know this word. So native means, you know, originally, originally from, okay? So whitetail originally to this habitat. No, they're from originally where? Where are they from? Open prairie, right? Okay, so A is the wrong answer. I mean, there are a couple other things that A is wrong. I mean, you know, I could tell you all about it. You know, lowland is obviously, as you can see here, the habitat of the black-tailed deer. Like low and marsh islands are not same as lowland. Okay, okay. Low marsh island is not lowland, right? So you know it's different. It's a habitat of the black-tailed deer, not white-tail. So it's wrong in other areas, but you know, it's not native to lowland. Okay, white-tailed deer is native to where? Open prairie. Okay. It is more closely related to the mule deer of the eastern Washington than to other types of deer. So, not deer, sorry. So, this is right here, right? If you remember, black-tailed deer, cousin of mule deer. So, black-tailed deer is more closely related to the mule deer than white-tailed deer because there's no mentioning of relationship with other deer for white-tailed, right? So this is exactly opposite because they are asking what is true about white-tailed, but B is correct for black-tailed as it shows in here. 3, C. It has replaced the black-tailed deer in the open prairie. Very basic, but still, let's be thorough. Notice the grammar. It has replaced, so means it replaced from the past until right now. Has replaced, right? But it's wrong in 2 things. First of all, white-tailed deer was common, but now it's restricted. So it's not more prevalent than in the past. So probably it has not replaced anything. But to be simpler, more directly, there's no mentioning of white-tailed deer replace the black-tailed deer in the open prairie. There's no mentioning of that. And third, they don't live in the open prairie anymore. They're restricted to this smaller area. But it has replaced. So it's from the past till now. White-tailed deer live in the open prairie. To replace the black-tailed doesn't make any sense. They don't live in the open prairie anymore, so they couldn't possibly replace any other deer. So it's wrong in so many ways. Okay. All right, D better be right, otherwise I'll be in trouble. It. So what is it? Let's be careful. White-tailed deer. Okay, so white-tailed deer no longer lives in a particular type of habitat. Yeah, so was common in open prairie country, but now not, restricted to other area. So white-tailed deer no longer lives in if the particular type of habitat refers to the open prairie country. This is correct so far. That it once occupied. Yeah, it's correct. Because they did live in, reside in the open prairie before, because they were common white-tailed deer in open prairie, as it's written here. But how about now? Not anymore. Not anymore, because they don't live in open prairie. they're restricted to within the boundary of low marsh islands and floodplains. So D is spot on. So because it's first class, I mean, this is for everyone who's looking for the 120 out of 120, 30 reading score out of 30 to, you know, people who want to score higher than 15 out of 30 in reading. This class is for everyone, you know, beginner to the most advanced. So let me just be a little bit more detailed and kind of double check your understanding by writing notes for you. So D is correct because white-tailed deer, once occupied, did live in open prairie before, but not anymore. Where? In open prairie. Okay, so they did live in open prairie country before, but not anymore. They're restricted to the low marsh islands and floodplains. Sorry, I'm repeating myself 3 times just to confirm your understanding. Okay, so that's done. So that's the factual question done and dusted. So probably we can do the summary of what we learned in a conceptual sense. So question type number 1, factual question. Answer is explicitly and directly given from the passage. Okay, there's no secret here, no indirectiveness or vagueness. It's very straightforward. So you just need to go and find out the exact answer. Okay, so it's a true or false question, as I said. So at the end of the day, it's matching correct information from answer choice that matches information in the passage. So that's it, guys. That's the question type 1. And it was a factual question. So next video, I'll cover another question type of the reading section of the TOEFL test. Okay, thank you very much for your time. And that's it. And I'll see you in my next video. Thank you, guys. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 2 of TOEFL Show. So we are going to look at inference question type. All right. So today, as you can see on the small screen below my face, we are covering TOEFL inference question type in the reading section of the TOEFL test, as I said. All right, so let me explain to you, let me help you understand what this question type is all about. So let's talk about the definition of inference, okay? What is the definition of inference? It could be deduction, it could be reasoning, it could be making some kind of conclusion or taking an action or making a decision based on information given. It could be facts, evidence, or whatever. So inference means you are making a decision or taking an action based on information given to you. Okay? So in reality, could inference be a little subjective? Absolutely. In real life, I could make different inference based on same information. When my friend received the same information as me, his inference may be, his conclusion, his decision may be different from mine, right? So how can TOEFL, which is a standardized test, ask inference which could be subjective? Can they do that? Absolutely not. So inference means a little different in TOEFL terms. We have to understand that. So in TOEFL, inference means objective inference. Okay? So sounds obvious, but this is really important point. So based on information given, your answer choice must be right regardless of who you are. To everyone, it has to make sense. So if your answer choice, because it's inference, this could be right, but this may not be right based on this, then that's a wrong answer. Okay, although it's inference, because we're talking about objective inference here. When you choose an answer, yep, this answer is right 100% based on this information in the passage. Yep. Okay. So we're looking at objective inference, not subjective inference. Okay. All right. So what do we need to do? We must find the evidence, okay, that we can objectively and logically, okay, we need to find some evidence in the passage that objectively and logically leads to the correct answer in our answer choice. Okay, so a lot of students get this question wrong because it's inference. They get a little creative, they get a little subjective, and based on that information, I think this is right. Okay, I mean that's a really bad strategy, right? Okay, let's look at the question and solve it together. Okay, today we are covering paragraph 2, and we are covering inference question type. Okay. Nearly any kind of plant of the forest understory can be part of a deer's diet. So what is understory? Okay, in a forest, understory means obviously in the forest, they will be full of tall trees that makes a forest, right? So understory means any plants or any vegetation grown on the ground that is short, right? So that's by definition is called underlayer of vegetation in a forest. Okay, so small plants on the ground. Understory can be part of deer's diet. Okay, where the forest inhibits the growth of grass and other meadow plants. Okay, so where the forest inhibits, so stop from happening or prevents from being happening, prevents the growth. So this should be a part of your TOEFL vocabulary. Inhibits growth of grass and other meadow plants. What else is there for the deer? The black-tailed deer browses on what? Huckleberry, sorrel, dogwood, and almost any other shrub or herb. So these would be understory plants that is a part of black-tailed deer's diet. Okay, so this is how second sentence is related to the first sentence. But this is, so something important is coming. This is fair weather feeding. Okay, so during the fair weather, whatever that means, probably warm weather, we'll find out soon. So during the fair weather, they can get this kind of understory plants, okay, as part of their diet. But what happens when it's not so fair weather? What happens in bad weather, okay? What keeps the black-tailed deer alive? So how can they survive, right, in a bad weather? In the harsher season, so they use this word. So harsher seasons are opposite of fair weather, okay? Of plant decay and dormancy. So when do plants decay, and when do creatures, animals have dormancy? During winter, right? So harsher season here is referring to the cold weather, and fair weather here is referring to warm weather, okay? Because plant decay and dormancy happens during the winter, right? So harsher season, is referring to cold weather and winter. One compensation, how do they survive? They cannot eat like this, okay, during cold weather. So how do they survive? Let's find out. One compensation for not hibernating. So hibernating, technically, there's like very slight difference, but in a nutshell, it is a synonym to dormancy, okay? So they do not go into dormancy during the winter. They do not dig a hole, go under the ground, and sleep for the rest of the winter. They don't do that. One compensation for not hibernating, so they do not hibernate, is a built-in urge, DNA drive, built-in urge, okay? DNA drive, natural tendency to migrate, okay? So they move, they migrate. So they migrate to survive in a harsher season, right? So, plenty of food source here during spring and summer will disappear. So they would have to move to some other area to survive. Okay? So hopefully the next sentence will tell us about where do they go and whether they have food source to survive during cold weather. Deer may move from high elevation browse area. Okay, so I'll scroll down a little bit before I read. Okay. So deer may move from high elevation. So this is where they live during fair weather. So during summer or spring, I guess. So they move from here to browse area in summer, down to, where do they migrate to? Lowland areas. So hopefully they have some food source in lowland area during winter, right? In late fall to get ready for the winter, right? So how do they survive, stay alive? Is they migrate to lowland areas from high elevation areas, okay? So hopefully next sentence, it will show us whether they get food in lowland area during winter, okay? Even with snow on the ground, obviously during winter, I presume, I infer based on this information, it's talking about winter, cold weather. The high bush understory is exposed. Okay, lucky, right? So obviously exposed means shown, right? Not covered by the snow. So they have some plants they can eat even if there is snow on the ground. So even during harsher season, cold weather in winter, they have some food source, they can see. So obviously they can eat, right? But snow and wind bring down leafy branches of cedar, hemlock, red alder, and other arboreal fodder. So two things, right? So first of all, naturally, they can find some understory they can eat, even there is a snow on the ground. Second, unlike what we naturally think, snow and wind during winter bring down some leafy branches from these trees onto the ground. So, this wind and snow would hit the trees, and some branches with leaves on it will fall on the ground that they can eat. Okay? So that's what it's saying here, right? It's a little long, so I won't bother writing the summary notes down here because I explained everything, and I'm just afraid it may take a little bit too much time than you would like. So that's a reading comprehension. Let's solve the question. All right, it can be inferred, so inference question, from the discussion in paragraph 2, the winter condition. All right, so inference question. So every time we need to identify what question type it is when we go to, solve the questions from TOEFL reading. So it is inference question type. All right, so because it's objective inference, when you go to the test center, you might go straight into the answer choices to save time and just solve the question. But since this is a fundamental lesson of covering this question type once for all, let's think about it this way. Because it's inference question, we may, before looking at the answer choices, if you want to study properly, we could think about what could be the answer without looking at the answer choices very quickly, because it's objective inference. So what information were here that we can make some inference about winter condition? Okay, so you're not going to get enough food unless you migrate from high elevation area. Okay, so winter condition, black deer will not have enough food source to survive in high elevation area. Okay, so winter condition encourage black-tailed deer to migrate to where? To lowland areas. Why? Because even in winter condition in lowland area, there are some food sources that they can consume. All right, so let's think about that. So we are very sharp when we look at the answer choices. A, cause some deer to hibernate. Exactly opposite, right? One, compensation for not hibernating is built-in urge to migrate. So winter condition encourages them to migrate. So this is exactly opposite. Okay, it causes deer to migrate is a correct information. So this is a wrong answer. B, make food unavailable in the highlands for deer. Maybe if the highlands, obviously highlands, normal word is same meaning as high elevation area. Okay, so if the highlands is the paraphrase and synonym of high elevation area, this is true, because they move from high elevation during the fair weather where this place has plenty to eat for the deer. They have to give up this area to move to lowland area. Why? Because during winter, they cannot have this food source, unlike during fair weather, okay, during warm weather. So B is perfect, right? So let's double check C and D though. So winter conditions make it easier for deer to locate understory plants. Where though? Okay, first, it's wrong because it doesn't make it easier. It doesn't say that, all right? And also, if we infer in the high elevation area, definitely it doesn't make it easier. It makes it harder or impossible for them to locate understory plants. And second, it does not tell you which place, right? So making easier in highlands or lowlands, okay? And even in lowland, I wouldn't say it makes it easier, okay? Logically, no. And also, I cannot find any evidence that winter conditions makes it easier for the deer, even in lowlands, to find food than summer. it's just bad answer, right? D, prevent deer from migrating, already wrong because it's all about winter. Encourages deer to migrate. That's a key information, right? Right? So this is completely wrong. So we thought B was right, but I didn't circle it just in case. You know, C or D may be another good answer, but it turned out it's completely wrong. And as we knew all along, B is the right answer. Okay. Yeah, so this is how you solve inference question. We completed inference question type. So next episode, episode 3, I will tackle another question type in reading section of the TOEFL test. Okay. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video and felt satisfied, and I'll see you in my next video. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 3 of the TOEFL Show. So we will look into another question type in the reading section of the TOEFL test. So let's get started. As you can see on the screen here, we will cover the vocabulary type question. But I just want to let you know in advance. So today is episode 3. So we're covering vocabulary question type, okay? But I just want to let you know, we will read the paragraph 3 in full before we come back to the question type and solve this question type for 2 reasons. First, I don't want next episode to be affected negatively because we don't read the paragraph in full. You know, next episode, we'll cover paragraph 4. So we need to know all the contents in paragraph 3, just in case it's related, connected, or continuous, because we are covering one single passage in full, okay? And the second reason is that the last question type is a summary question type. And in order to solve the summary question type, we need to know all the information in every paragraph, okay? So I'll read through and then tackle the question. So yeah, let's start reading together, okay? The numbers of deer have fluctuated markedly since the entry of Europeans into Puget Sound country. So this means numbers of deer's population is up and down, fluctuated. Okay, it's not constant. It's not constant. It's not constantly going up. It's not constantly going down. It fluctuates. It's up and down. Okay, markedly should be in your TOEFL vocabulary, significantly or noticeably. Okay, that's what it means. Since entry of European into the Puget Sound country. So after European came into the Puget Sound, the population of deer has been going up and down, right? Why? What happened? The early explorer and settlers told of abundant deer. So, you know, early explorers said, wow, great. There are so many deers, okay? In early 1800, and yet almost in the same breath. So same breath, it's obviously rhetorical, okay? Literally in the same breath means like, you know, before you make the next breath, within the same breath, okay? So it means like at the same time. Or figuratively, like almost at the same time, like immediately after, or more or less at the same time, okay? Within a very short period of time. That's what in the same breath means. So, you know, more or less at the same time or immediately after, okay? So early explorer says, wow, there are so many deer, but immediately after or almost at the same time, they bemoan the lack of this succulent game animal. So bemoaned here is complaining about. Okay, so they complain about not enough this deer, this succulent, juicy game animal. This game animal referring to the deer, of course. Okay, so first sentence, deer population fluctuated since European came in, and like some people say a lot of deer, but almost at the same time they're complaining about not enough. Okay, famous explorer of North American frontier Lewis and Clark arrived at the mouth of Columbia River on November 14th. So they arrive November 14th. So kind of fall in nearly starved circumstances, maybe migration. They are at lowland and deers have not yet migrated to the lowland, maybe, So this is beauty of TOEFL, everything connects and integrates from the previous paragraph, hopefully. They had experienced great difficulty finding game, so there were no deer west of Rockies, and not until 2nd of December. So not until, meaning on the 2nd of December, maybe they caught one. Did they kill their first elk? Elk is slightly different to deer, or biologically type of deer. It's bigger than deer. It's a type of deer, if I may say that. Okay, so elk is a big deer with a very big antlers on it, like horns on it. Okay, right? So bigger deer that look a little bit different to deer with a very, very big horns, antlers on it. Okay, so in this context, it's a type of deer. All right, so they were starving from November, and come 2nd of December, they killed their first elk or deer. All right, to keep 40 people alive that winter, so probably they were researching there for the whole winter. They consumed approximately 150 elk and 20 deer. So throughout 2 to 3 months from December, let's say December, January, February, around 3 months, they killed 150 elk and 20 deer. All right, so they caught a lot of deer, right? So this means there were lots of deer. Okay, and when game moved out of the lowlands, so game here obviously referring to almost like a pronoun, elk and deer, because elk and deer are a game animal. So when game moved out of the lowlands, see, we were right. I was right, right? So these people who are hunting deer and elk, they were in lowlands. Okay, so these deer migrated into the lowlands late fall or early winter, right? So when the game moved out, so migrated back, we know because we read paragraph 2. So they are going back to highlands in spring, right? And when game moved out of the lowlands in early spring, the expedition decided to return east rather than face possible starvation. So they realized no more deer. They're all gone for some reason. There were plenty of them in winter, but come spring, they're all gone, right? And we know the answer from paragraph 2. Okay, so watch previous episode if you haven't done that so far. Okay, so this is not really fundamental fluctuation. Like it's not real core population change, but it's just reminding us, not immigration, sorry, migration. So due to migration of deers, depending on where you are, based on seasons, you know, people may feel that there's a fluctuation in number of deers, but that's not due to any fundamental reason. It's just because of which month of the year it is, based on deer's migration pattern. All right. So that's first reason why people may feel fluctuation in numbers of deers. Later on, in the early years of 19th century, when Fort Vancouver became the headquarters for Hudson-based company, deer population continued to fluctuate. All right. So hopefully we get another reason, an example for the fluctuation, right? So let's read on. David Douglas, Scottish botanical explorer of the 1830s. So let's check the dates. Due to migration, it was 1805, right? So this is about 25 years later. Second example. Okay, 1830s found a disturbing change, fluctuation, okay, in the animal life around the fort during the period between his first visit in 1825 and his final contact with the fort in 1832. So within 7 years, he noticed the huge change in deer numbers, right? Why? What happened? A recent Douglas biographer states the deer which once picturesquely dotted the meadows around the fort were gone. So within 7 years, so when he arrived in 1925, there were so many deer, and only within 7 years later, they were all gone. Why? Hunted to extermination in order to protect the crops by people. So here we go. We got one. Okay, this is main keywords. All right. So one reason for fluctuation in numbers of deer, especially going down, not back up, going down, is due to people hunting so many deers. Extermination means like, you know, mass murder, or, you know, you kill everything in sight. That's extermination, isn't it? Right? So the reason for fluctuation, especially going down in numbers of deer, one of the reason is people hunting deers to extermination in order to protect the crops. So, you know, probably deer was stealing and eating a lot of people's crops, maybe. But, you know, they were there even before European came in. So, but anyway, okay. So that's a comprehension. It was pretty short and sweet, I think. So we understand what happened in paragraph 3. And let's tackle the question type of the vocab question type, okay, in the reading section of the TOEFL test. So I already gave you the answer, right, by reading, but let's revisit. The phrase in the same breath in the passage is close in meaning to. Okay, to be honest, I'm going to talk about 2 strategies and tips to tackle the vocab question, but, you know, in reality, practically, there is no magic strategy, right? You have to know the words. Sorry to disappoint you. All right. There's no magic way of solving this question type other than learning a lot of words, learning a lot of vocabulary. Okay. Because like, so first strategy, I'm sorry, to disappoint you, it sounds so obvious, is learn the vocab. Okay. Memorize words. You need to work. Okay. You build up your vocab power. Okay. And the second strategy, there is a strategy, but it only works, partially, like 50% of the time. I'm just, giving you any numbers out there. So it's not a complete strategy. But if you really don't know the words and you are at the test center and you are taking the test, you have to do something, right? And if you don't know the meaning of the words, what you can do or what you should do is try to understand the context and guess the right words to, guess the right answer choice. Okay? So let's try to do that. The early explorer, okay, first sentence says it fluctuated a lot since European came in. Second sentence, the early explorers and settlers told of abundant deer in early 1800s. So early 1800s, early explorers said, wow, there are lots of deer. And yet almost in the same breath, let's guess, I'm not sure about this expression, bemoaned, complained about the lack of this succulent game animal, right? So it says a lot of deer, but, and yet not enough deer at the same time. Okay? I mean, how can you completely guess that? I'm not sure, to be honest. See? Okay? And to joke around a little bit with you guys, this is definitely a strategy, but it's not the perfect strategy. It doesn't work all the time because if you don't understand the meaning of, say, this word or this word, it's not going to work. Okay? And more sadly, if you don't understand these words or one or two of these words, even if let's give you one, even if you understand the context, let's just say, still there's no way to get the answer right because you don't understand these words. Okay, so understanding the context is definitely a strategy, but it's not a complete strategy at all. Far from it. If I just, for the argument's sake, maybe if you understood this word and try to guess, maybe, but maybe not. Okay. So impatiently doesn't make sense whatsoever. Let's put in impatiently in there. The early explorer of settler told of abundant deer in the early 1800s, and yet almost impatient. It just doesn't even make grammatical sense. Okay. Like impatient, subject has to be someone is very impatient. They cannot wait something to happen. That's impatient. So this is easy, no? Got that? Humor. Okay, thank you, right? It's even worse than impatient. Okay? How can you humorously complain about the lack of succulent game animal when actually the number fluctuates? Actually, numbers goes up and down. So lots of deer, not enough deer. And what is so funny about that? And you complain humorously? It's just, doesn't make any sense. Continuously, a good, wrong answer choice, right? You do something in the same breath. So as a result, it may continue, the task may continue, but in the same breath doesn't mean the meaning of the same breath is not continuously, okay? Because you do something in the same breath, the result may be, the tasks are being done continuously because you're doing two tasks in the same breath, but that doesn't mean the meaning of in the same breath equals continuously, okay? So in the same breath, as I comprehended when I was reading the passage before, literally you're doing something at the same time, or at once, because like you're doing something within the same breath as before, like before your next breath. So you have to do it together, right? Okay, so that's literal definition. And the practical interpretation of in the same breath means more or less, not exactly the same, but more or less you're doing at the same time, or you're doing something immediately after. Okay, so it's so close together, the period. So you're doing something within short period of time. Okay, so it's immediately. Okay, this is the right answer. All right. So let's put in immediately, see whether it makes sense. If you had to guess, the early explorer and settler told of abundant deer in the early 1800s, and yet almost at the same time, immediately after, okay, almost immediately, also bemoan the lack of the succulent game animal. Makes sense, right? So it's like, you know, like one time, like one moment, it seems there are lots of deer. Another moment, like within a second, it seems there is no deer, right? So immediately makes sense. Okay, practically at the same time. Okay, so perfect strategy, unfortunately, or fortunately, is you have to learn the vocab. You have to build your vocabulary to understand the meaning of these words. Then, you know, you will choose the right answer each and every time. Okay. Yeah, so that was episode 3 of TOEFL show. We covered the vocabulary question type, and also we comprehend the whole paragraph 3. Okay. Thank you for watching. I hope this helped you, and I'll come back with episode 4 of the TOEFL show very, very soon. See you then. I'll see you in my next video. Thank you, guys. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL show. This is episode 4 of the TOEFL show. So we are covering another question type in the reading section of the TOEFL test. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, so we are covering question type called rhetorical purpose question. Okay, and just like the last episode, before I start, I just want to tell you that since we are continuing in one full passage, okay, we will read the whole paragraph 4, okay, and comprehend everything, understand everything, and then tackle this question. The reason is that this is the fundamental class of helping you understand all these different question type, but more importantly, 2 things. First, TOEFL often integrates different paragraphs together as one. So in my next episode or upcoming episode, if I don't comprehend everything in paragraph 4, it might affect negatively in my next episode or upcoming ones. Okay. And second, in order to solve summary question as a question type, we need to know all these different paragraphs in full so that we can choose the right answer. So I'm not going to go to the summary question type and read from paragraph 1 to the end and explain each paragraph in full. It's just not going to work. So I'll do the right thing by comprehending the whole paragraph with you. And then when we get to the summary question, we will not have any problems. Okay. So today we will cover rhetorical purpose question. So let's read the paragraph 4 together. Okay. Reduction in numbers of game should have boded ill for their survival in later times. Okay, so boded. So this is a past tense of bod. Okay, so boded means a sign of something that is expected in the future, sign of things to come, right? So bodied ill, so ill has many definition. You know, when you're sick, when you have no energy, you're ill, right? But ill here, you know, in this context is like very negative, right? So reduction in numbers of game, as shown in previous paragraph 3 in last episode, should have been, you know, should be a sign, negative sign for deer survival in the future, okay? So reducing in number is a bad sign for the future, bad sign for the deer's survival in future, okay? Next sentence. A worsening of plight of deer was to be expected, nothing new. It's not a surprise. It is to be expected because settlers encroached on the land, logging, burning, clearing, eventually replacing a wilderness landscape with roads, cities, towns, and factories. So long sentence, but very simple sentence, okay? So worsening, so getting worse, you know, more bad of the plight, bad situation of deer, for the deer. So bad situation for the deer, getting worse, continuously bad, was to be expected. It's not a surprise because settlers encroach, so intrude, so they take over, they come in over the limit and take something away from you, you know, so they steal the land, for example, okay? So they encroached on the land, humans, logging, burning, clearing, they did all these things to destroy the forest that, you know, deer used to live, eventually replacing a wilderness landscape with building roads, cities, towns, and factories. Okay, so as settlers destroy the forest and build these things, worsening of bad situation of deer population was to be expected because, you know, the humans did all these things, right? No doubt the numbers of deer decline still further. Okay, so no doubt, okay, this is a reason. I don't doubt. So actually, the number of deer declined, went down even further than the previous paragraph. Okay, so it did got worse. Okay. Recall the fate of the Colombian white-tailed deer. Do you recall this? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Do we know what happened to white-tailed deer and which paragraph was this information on? Where could you find it? Good job. Okay. So in the first paragraph, I'm not going to go back, but if you look at the TOEFL episode 1, I'm covering the factual question and paragraph 1. Okay. So you can look at that video if you have forgotten it. Okay. So in paragraph 1, what did it say about white-tailed deer? It was common in open prairie country. Okay. But what happened to them now, to the white-tailed deer? Now restricted to low marsh islands and floodplains. Okay. So this is referring to that sentence in the first paragraph. Okay. So Colombian white-tailed were prevalent, you know, popular. They were very common in open prairie country. Okay. But human took over that piece of land and destroyed it and built everything they need to live. So these deer number went down. Okay. So it's referring to the first paragraph and saying, recall what happened to Colombian white-tailed deer. What happened to them? Because of human civilization, white-tailed deer population went down, declined significantly. Okay. Now, in a protected status, that says it all. Okay. Now they are protected status means not many of them left that legally humans are trying to protect them, okay, and keep their numbers up. But something important is coming. For the black-tailed deer, okay, so their number went down as well. But why is it but? I don't understand. doesn't make sense to have but let's read on. But for the black-tailed deer, what happened to them? Human pressure has had just the opposite effect. What? They destroyed their habitat, but their number increased? I don't understand. Let's read on. Wildlife zoologist Helmut Buchner, in reviewing the nature of biotic changes in Washington through recorded time, says that since the early 1940s, the state has had more deer, so referring to the black-tailed deer, not white-tailed, had more deer than any other time in its history. What? So because human encroached and did logging, burning, and clearing, and built roads, cities, towns, and factories to replace the wilderness to human civilization, unlike white-tailed deer, black-tailed deer numbers increased. And yeah, since the early 1940s, the state has had more deer than any other time in its history. Interesting. Let's find out now. I'm really interested, okay? I hope you are too. Why? The winter population fluctuating around approximately 320,000 deer, mule and black-tailed deer in this case. So not white-tailed, which will yield about 65,000 of either sex. So had babies, producing, okay? And any age annually for indefinite periods, so forever. So they were having a lot of offspring, baby black-tailed deer, okay? All right, the male and female, and their numbers increased, okay, more than ever. So it just tells us what happened. It doesn't tell us why and how. So it's going to continue in the next paragraph, 100%. All right. So I can't wait to read the next paragraph, but let's stop here for the time being. And just tackle question number 4, question type number 4. Okay, let me give you a quick preview of the rhetorical purpose question as a question type. Okay. So as the name implies, rhetorical purpose question is similar to inference question. Okay, because it's rhetorical, meaning they are not going to give you the answer directly. So you have to understand and imply and infer. Okay. But the nature of the question is you need to get the purpose of this rhetoric. Okay. The purpose of this question. Okay. All right. So you need to answer that. So it's a similar to inference type of question rather than factual question. Okay. So it's somewhat indirect and little inexplicit. So they're not going to give you exact answers, meaning in the passage. So how do we solve this? Let's go up and actually solve it. Let's read the question together. Why does the author, so what is the reason? What is the purpose? Okay. So what is the reason and purpose? Okay. So what is the purpose? What is the reason does the author ask readers to recall the fate of Colombian white-tailed deer? Okay. So it's a purpose question in that. So this is a rhetoric. Okay, this is a sentence. So why does author bother to say this highlighted part? To for what reason? What is the purpose of the author Okay, what is the purpose of the author saying this? What's the reason? What is the purpose of that? Okay, so just like the inference question, I mean, of course, if it's a test, we might tackle the answer choice right away. But okay, let's continue. Let's finish reading the question. In the discussion of the changes in the wilderness landscape. Okay. So let's check our understanding, whether we understood this properly. So it's here, right? So what is the purpose? It's trying to tell us doing all these things, humans doing all these things is a bad sign for the deer's survival in the future. Okay? All right? And it's just emphasizing, giving you a quick example to say, remember what happened to white-tailed deer? Their number went down greatly. Okay, so what is the purpose of saying this? To remind us humans doing all these things will decrease the number of deer. They will not be able to survive. Just like it is shown to white-tailed deer. That's the purpose of this. So it's once again trying to emphasize and giving you an example to justify this part. What humans doing is not good for deer population. Okay? So if you do this, even what you thought is not exactly the same as the answer choice, you will be in right direction to choose the right answer. Because this is not a factual question, it's more inference type of question, you need to completely understand and be able to imply the right answer. So this is a great strategy I strongly recommend. All my students, I myself use this strategy whenever I take on the rhetorical purpose question. I don't look at A, B, C, D immediately. I try to work out what should be the answer, okay? Without looking at the multi-choice, format. So let's look at the answer choice. To provide support evidence for the idea that habitat destruction, yep, I'm getting excited, by the humans would lead to population decline of the deer. Yeah, perfect. Exactly what we said just now. It's just paraphrased. Okay, all right. So provide evidence, provide example that when humans do these things, deer's population will go down, to provide support for the idea that habitat destruction by humans would lead to population decline of deer, white-tailed deer. Okay, so looks like a perfect answer. Looks like the perfect answer. B, to compare how two species of deer, it's already wrong. We haven't compared two species of deer at all at this point, because this highlighted expression is here. Okay, so at this sentence, we are not comparing the white-tailed deer with a black-tailed deer. Okay, it's after but. So, after but is not directly related to this highlighted part. This highlighted part is directly related to the previous sentences of this sentence. So after but, it's almost like next paragraph, right? So recall the fate of the Colombian white-tailed deer is not stated to compare white-tailed deer to black-tailed deer at all. Okay, so this is wrong. No comparison. Yeah, it's just rubbish. or trash if you prefer. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, move on. C. To provide an example, yep, sounds good. This could be the example of a species of deer that has successfully adapted human settlement. So this would be what? Black-tailed or white-tailed? Black-tailed. All right. But what is a sentence saying? Recall the fate of black-tailed deer or recall the fate of white-tailed deer? It's a white-tailed deer. So what happened to white-tailed deer? Their numbers went up or went down? Went down. So this is opposite of the answer. To provide an example of species of deer that not successfully adapted, could not adapt to human settlement. That would be the right answer. Could not adapt to, but it says successfully adapted. So this is completely wrong answer. Okay, so this is wrong. Sorry, getting a bit too excited. Okay. All right, D. Better be the wrong answer. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble, wouldn't I? To argue that some deer species already, it's specifying one species. So I don't know. I think it's already wrong, but to argue that some deer species must be given a okay. So the author is saying, this is quite humorous actually. This is pretty funny. Recall the fate of the Colombian white-tailed deer. The author is saying that. The purpose of that is white-tailed deer should be given a protected status. It's white-tailed. It should be protected. It just makes no sense whatsoever. Okay. The author is saying the recall the fate of the Colombian white-tailed deer to imply that this is what happened to deer when human settlement kicks in. And what's happening is the deer population will decline drastically. That's the purpose of the author saying, recall the fate of the Colombian white-tailed deer, okay, going down. So this is totally wrong. It's not author's purpose. Okay, not so hard, right? Okay, so A is the answer, and this is a question type called rhetorical purpose in reading section of the TOEFL. All right, so let me finish by summing up a couple of things. So rhetorical purpose, you have to tackle the question type as what is the reason or purpose that author is saying something, saying that in the highlighted area. Okay, in other words, what is a purpose author saying that to convey what message? This is a good this is a good strategy. This is a good sentence to memorize and remember when you go into the rhetorical purpose. Okay, so when you look at the question, ask yourself, what is a purpose author is saying this in order to say what message? What is the message the author is trying to give by saying this? What's the purpose of saying this? Okay, so this is the rhetorical purpose. And yeah, that's another question type, done and dusted. I hope you liked the video. I hope it was beneficial. Make sure you press like button if you like the video, and also subscribe and set a alarm setting so that you won't miss the next episode, episode 5 of the TOEFL show. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching this video till the end. So I'll come back with episode 5, and I hope to see you all in my next video. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Hello, this is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is episode 5 of the TOEFL show, and we will learn another TOEFL reading question type in the TOEFL test. So let's get started. Okay, so if you look at the screen just below my face here, episode 5, the question type we are going to learn is sentence simplification. And as I already told you in the last 2 episodes, we're going to read the full paragraph because this is the first time we are covering 5th paragraph. So we need to know what is going on for next episode and ultimately summary question type because it's all related and connected. So we actually need to read this paragraph in full, come back, and tackle this question type. Okay. All right. Let's get started. If you remember from the previous episodes, all these human actions of logging, firing, and clearing the forests, which naturally we think it's bad for deer, okay, that affected white deer negatively. You know, their population went down. However, black-tailed deer population went up because of human action. And paragraph 4 finished without giving us the reason why black-tailed deer population went up. So I'm quite excited to start reading paragraph 5 to find out the reasons why and how the black-tailed deer population went up. Okay, so let's get started. Obviously, following on from last episode in paragraph 4. So now it's paragraph 5. Straight off the bat, the causes of this population rebound, so that's black-tailed deer's population going up, increasing, are consequences of other human actions. Okay, so what did they do other than logging, burning, and clearing the forest? First, the major predators of deer, such as wolves, cougar, and lynx, have been greatly reduced in numbers. Okay, that's interesting. So whatever, you know, I mean, they destroy the forest as the previous paragraph told us. So that didn't really affected black deer that much. they don't tell us anymore, so we have to just take this as is. But it affected black-tailed predators very negatively. So black-tailed deer is like, oh, great, all my predators are dead. Okay, so that's the reason why black-tailed deer population is going up. Second reason, conservation has been ensured by limiting times for and types of hunting. Okay, so I think it was paragraph 2 or 3 that humans hunting to protect the crops exterminate deer's population, right? So they realized they need to put a limit on how many times they hunt and also types of hunting they are doing. Okay, so conservation obviously means protection. Okay, so maybe a new law, okay, or government regulation or whatever that may be. Conservation has been ensured by what did human do? Limiting times and types of hunting they are doing. So they limited the hunting that humans do, so less black-tailed deers are being killed. But important things coming up. But the most profound reason for the restoration of high population numbers, okay, so the most important reason for the population increase has been the fate of the forest. Okay, so fate, you know, destiny. Okay, fate of the forest. So humans burn down, destroy the forest. So forests must have changed. Okay, they pretty much flatten the forest. I presume burning and killing and clearing a lot of trees. So it became kind of a flat ground. Okay, so they destroy the forest. So after humans done that in paragraph 4, the previous episode, fate of the forest has changed. And this new fate, new destiny is actually helping black-tailed deer to increase in numbers. Strange. Why? Tell us. Let's have a look. So great tracts area, great area, so large area of lowland country deforested by logging fire or both, we know that from previous paragraph, have become ideal feeding grounds for deer. Wow. That's very surprising. That almost doesn't make sense, but we'll take it. How? How is this possible? Why? So clearing out the forest became more ideal feeding ground for the deer. Okay. How? In addition to finding an increase of suitable browse like huckleberries and vine maple. So actually they're understory food source like huckleberry and vine maple, suitable browse. So browse here referring to suitable food source. So actually it's surprising, but because the forest has been cleared, this understory plants refer to the episode 1 understory, like underlayer vegetation of the forest. So the small plants that grow on the ground has increased in numbers. Wow. Lucky for them. What a coincidence. It's a pure luck. Yeah, I'm sure. So that's one reason. Arthur Norson, longtime game biologist in the Pacific Northwest, found quality of browse. So browse these things, their food source. For example, huckleberry and vine maple on the ground, plants on the ground. Found quality of browse, food quality, in the open areas, not forest, to be substantially more nutritive. Okay, so it's such a fluke. It's a good fortune. Okay, but first, not only quantity of their food source increased, but also their quality of food source has gone up. Okay, it became more nutritious than before. So this, I guess, these two things. So the most important reason, okay, for black-tailed deer's population going up is after clearing the forest, destroying the forest by humans, it had a new fate, okay? And the fate made this open area more ideal feeding grounds for the black-tailed deer because they had increased number of food source in quantity, and also their food source became more nutritive, means better quality. Okay, in detail to explain how it became more nutritive, more nutritious. The protein, okay, it has more protein now probably than before. Protein contents of shade-grown vegetation. So shade-grown vegetation, this may be a little bit hard for you because shade-grown is like shade, shades appeared by tall trees. So this must be when it is full forest before it was destroyed, because if the forest is cleared, it's like an open ground. So it's not going to be under the shades by the tall trees, okay? So protein contents of shade-grown vegetation, meaning in a full forest before burning, for example, was much lower. So protein contents when it was full forest was much lower than clearings, means after human logged and burned and cleared the forest. Okay. All right. So that for plants grow in clearings. Clearings here means after forest was destroyed by humans, when it was like a flat and open ground. So protein contents has gone up after they clear the forest than before. Okay. So that's detailed sentence to support previous sentence. Okay. Yeah. Very surprising, isn't it? Okay. Lucky for black-tailed deer. Yeah. So we understand the reason. So it's pretty clear now. Okay. So let's start covering this question type. Which of the sentences below best express the essential information? Okay, so it still needs to have essential information, the most important, basic, fundamental information in the highlighted sentence in the passage. So the question type we're looking at is sentence simplification, as I highlighted down here. Okay, so they're going to give you a sentence, they will highlight it, and they will shorten the sentence in much more condensed, summarized format with just the key information in it. Okay, so they'll shorten the sentence with only the most important information within the sentence. Okay, so I call it like a summarization, question. So it's simplifying the sentence. Okay, so it still needs to have the most important information in the highlighted sentence. Okay, so what would be the incorrect answer? All right, so it will be incorrect if it changes the meaning in important ways. Okay, so if the information in answer choice is wrong compared to the highlighted sentence, or it's slightly important meaning is slightly changed, then it will be a wrong answer. Okay, or leave out essential information. Okay, so if it doesn't have important points, then it will be a wrong answer. So right answer would be shorten sentence with all the key information in there. So this is the sentence simplification question time. Okay, so let's solve this question. I have already comprehend this highlighted part, so I'm sure you understand, but let's just quickly reread it. In addition to, so there are two things. First of all, finding an increase of suitable browse like huckleberry and vine maple. So the steps you need to take to tackle sentence simplification: first, divide the sentence into parts. Okay, there may be 2 parts or 3 parts within the sentence usually. Okay, so this is the first part. Second part, Arthur Insertion, longtime game biologist in Pacific Northwest. So that's the second part. And the third part, so really the important thing is the first part and the third part, isn't it? Right? Okay. So there are 3 parts to this sentence. So first part is they get larger quantity, more food source in quantity. Second, Arthur and Larson, found out that what? So second reason, quality of their food source to be more nutritive. So quality became better. Quality became more nutritious. Okay. So if I rewrite the sentence, okay, before looking at the answer choice, I would write Arthur and Larson found that food source, I'm paraphrasing, okay, food source quantity has gone up, and food source quality became more nutritive as well. Okay, so that's how I would rewrite this sentence. Okay, this is very important because sentence simplification is not true or false. It's not like a detailed question. So you cannot solve this question perfectly every time unless you truly understand it. Okay, so strategy would be a little bit similar to rhetorical purpose question, in that I would strongly recommend you do what I did just before looking at the answer choices. Rewrite the sentence in your own way, condensing, reducing the sentence into only the important points. Then your mind will be in the right direction. Then go and try to confirm your answer with the answer choices A, B, C, D. That's what I would do. And obviously, students who do really well follow this strategy, as I have shown you. So let's look at A. Arthur and Arson, long-time familiarity with the Pacific North helped him. Bit iffy. I think it's already wrong here. Helped him discover. No, it didn't helped him find anything. He's just saying he found that, meaning he has realized, he has found out, he learned through his research. Two things, right? So he didn't receive any help to discover a certain area at all. So this is way off, right? Where the deer had an increase in suitable browse. And also, it's critically wrong here because it's only talking about quantity increase, okay? It's not talking about quality increase at all. This is not mentioned. So A is sure to be the wrong answer. B, Arthur and Orson found that deforested feeding ground, okay, provide deer with more and better food. Wow. See how condensed? See how much the sentence is reduced to its core? How well it is summarized, okay? It's much shorter sentence than this, but this sentence has everything that this sentence is saying, okay? So according to Arthur and Orson, what happened? The new area, give deer with more food, so increased in quantity, and better food, increased in quality. Okay, so I think B is perfect. B is the perfect answer, but let's make sure C and D are clearly wrong. Biologists like Larson believe it is important to find additional open areas with suitable browse for, This is not mentioned at all. Okay, all right. So clear no. D, according to Larson, huckleberry and maple are example of vegetation that may someday improve the nutrition. No, it's now, at the moment. Okay, so Larson is not saying, with the new feeding ground, the huckleberry and vine maples may become more nutritive in the future. That's what D is saying. Okay, all right, so makes no sense whatsoever. And also, just like A, it also omit one important point. It doesn't talk about quantity of food being increased. So, double checking, it's already wrong, but D is clearly wrong. Once again, okay. So that's how you solve the sentence simplification question. Okay, so to sum up real quick, yeah, I'll just use my notes here. Okay. Strategy number one, you read a sentence, completely understand it in full. So take your time if you need to like really understand every single word and everything in the highlighted sentence. And then first strategy, you divide into how many parts exist in one sentence. Okay. So 2 parts or 3 main parts. Okay. And then quickly rewrite in a note. Try to summarize or try to just write down only the key points in 2 parts or 3 parts you have divided. Okay, so it raise your awareness of understanding. You understand this sentence more sharply. Okay, and then you go to the questions, answer choices, A, B, C, D. And choose the right answer. Okay, easy as this. 1, 2, 3. Divide into number of parts, rewrite, just emphasize and remind yourself only the important points, and then it will become easy. You just go to the answer choices and choose the right answer. Okay, that's how you do it. So another question type done and dusted. Question type 5, sentence simplification is done. So that's it for this episode. And I'll come back with another question type in the reading section of the TOEFL test in my next episode of the TOEFL show. So thank you very much for watching till the end. And I'll see you again in my next episode. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you very soon. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is episode 6 of the TOEFL show. We will be looking at another question type in the reading section of the TOEFL test. So let's get started. All right. So obviously we are covering the same passage as the last episode. Okay. Dear population of the Puji sound, but notice it's still paragraph 5. So this passage as a whole is 5 paragraphs long, and we have gone through 5th paragraph in full in last episode. Okay, so I'm not going to read the paragraph in full and comprehend with you again. Please refer back to the last episode. I will be able to just solve this question type, this new question type. If you look at the board or screen, whatever you want to call it, below my face here, today we are covering negative factual question. So I'm sure you have watched it already, but if you haven't or if you have forgotten, question type 1, I covered factual question. And today we are covering negative factual question. So naturally, both question types are very similar, almost the same. So one is asking for correct information to be the right answer, whereas the question type we're covering today, negative or non-factual question, is asking for incorrect information to be the right answer and correct information from the passage to be the wrong answer. Okay, and both question types obviously are almost the same in that the answer is given in direct and explicit way. So it's like true or false question type, and there's no inference or rhetoric involved. It's a very straightforward reading comprehension, true or false question. Okay. However, the difference is the non-factual question. So there is multiple choice question, the TOEFL. So you're given A, B, C, D, four answer choices. So 3 of the answer choices will show correct information based on the passage, and they are the wrong answer because we are looking for incorrect information as an answer, okay? And 1 out of 4 will be an incorrect information, and that will be the answer, all right? Therefore, you must be very, very, very thorough in detail in tackling this question type to make sure you check all 3 wrong answer choices by matching correct information in the passage to make sure they are the wrong answer choices, okay? Then 1 left of wrong information will be the right answer every time. So it's very straightforward. So don't be lazy, all right? Just make sure you're thorough, okay? And you check and double confirm that you checked all 3 answer choices that are wrong based on information in the passage, then you'll be fine, okay? Okay, let's get started. Let's get straight into the question for a change. So this video hopefully will be significantly shorter than the other ones. Which of the following is not mentioned? See, it's asking for negative information, right? So they'll give you which of the following is not mentioned or which of the following is true except, okay? So you will get a question prompt like this, okay? So which of the following is not mentioned in paragraph 5 as a factor that has increased deer population, okay? So we have read the paragraph in full in last episode. So there are some factors that contributed in increasing deer population. Okay, 3 of them are true. So, quite easily, 3 will be actually in here that are true information. In this case, it will be the wrong answer. And 1 will not be mentioned as part of 3 factors. Okay. Yeah, very easy question type. Okay. So, yeah, I'll reread it just to find out the answer. The cause of this population rebound, the consequences of other human action first. So first factor, the major predator of deer. Actually, let's look at the answer choice and just match them in the passage, okay? A reduction in the number of predators, yeah? So I remember it's here. The major predators of deer have been greatly reduced in numbers. Bang. Okay, so it's just a quick paraphrase exercise of this sentence into this sentence. It's exactly the same meaning, right? So this is correct information. So it will be one of the wrong answers because we're looking for not mentioned. Restriction on hunting. So there is some kind of restriction or regulation or limitation, okay, on hunting. So that was the second reason, wasn't it? Remember? So first reason, second reason. Conservation has been ensured by limiting times and types of hunting. Okay, so the second reason is limiting hunting in that how many times you can hunt, and you're only allowed to hunt in certain type, right? So limiting, restriction, paraphrasing, hunting. So restriction hunting means restriction on hunting means limiting hunting, same thing. So it's correct information, therefore it's wrong answer. But the most profound reason, so there's third reason here. okay, for the restoration of high population numbers of deer has been fate of the forest. So what does that mean? So this is a reason. But if you cannot quite understand what they mean by fate, let's read on a little bit. Great tracts area of lowland country deforested by logging, fire, and both, as indicated in 4th paragraph, have become ideal feeding grounds for deer. So this is the reason. Let me just highlight that over the top. Okay, so logging and burning of the forest became ideal feeding grounds for deer population. See, effect, so what happened due to logging and fire of the forest. Okay, effects. Okay, so outcome of logging and fire. Exactly this. Paraphrased. Okay? Right? So what is the outcome? It became more ideal feeding ground for the deer. Okay? By what? Logging and firing the forests. Right? So it's right here. Okay, so D better be the answer. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Okay? And there were only like 3 reasons. So, yeah, 99.9%. I'm very confident that D will be the correct answer. Right answer. Okay? D, laws that protect feeding ground of deer. It's wrong in so many ways, but most importantly, except limitation, restriction, it didn't say law, but it's for hunting, not the law to protect the feeding ground. So nowhere in the passage laws were mentioned to protect the feeding ground of deer. Nowhere. Okay? Absolutely nowhere. It's not mentioned at all. You cannot find this information at all. How can I make this clearer? You cannot find this information, period. Okay, so sorry, I'll stop. So D is not mentioned. Therefore, D is the right answer because we're going for something that is not mentioned. 3 of them are mentioned. And I checked first A, second B, third C. Straightforward, guys. D is the answer. So this is how you solve negative factual question. Just like factual question, you know, nothing fancy, nothing difficult, nothing tricky. It's just true or false type of question. So you need to comprehend and you just need to find the false information as the right answer. That's all it is. So I'll make it short and sweet. That's end of episode 6. And thank you very much for watching till the end. And I will see you again in my next episode of TOEFL Show. Thank you so much, guys. See you soon. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 7 of the TOEFL Show, and we're going to learn another question type of the reading section of the TOEFL test today. So let's get started. Okay, so as you can see on the small screen below my face, we are going to learn question type called insertion or insert a text. I'll refer it to as insertion. You know, it's the same thing. So let's look at the screen on the left, the big main screen here. So we are continuing with the same passage, of course, the deer population in the Puget Sound. But notice the paragraph number, okay? So this insertion question is based on paragraph 2 and 3. So, you know, I may or may not read the whole paragraph. I'll just focus on the solving the question. So if you would like to read the whole paragraph, you would actually need to watch episode 2 and episode 3. Okay, but if you already watched those, then you're super ready to go. Either way, let's look at the question. So this is the main sentence we're dealing with here. So obviously we need to comprehend this sentence correctly and see where would fit the best. Okay, so we need to read at least sentence before and sentence after to figure out, when we put this sentence in the first box, for example, whether the flow of the paragraph makes sense, right? So sentence after and before and so forth. Okay, but just on the safe side, okay, I'll just read from the beginning to understand the context. I don't miss anything, but probably I'm not going to read after this sentence because I really don't need it to solve this question at all. Okay, so yeah, I'll read from the beginning just to be safe. Okay, so before I read the paragraph, let's focus on the actual sentence first. It says, their food is available and accessible throughout the winter. Notice there. So there is a pronoun here. So this means we need to see one previous sentence where this there will be indicated. So some kind of a place would have to be mentioned for this sentence to have this pronoun word there. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. So, one sentence before, certain place would be mentioned, and that place, in that place, on that place, food is available and accessible throughout the winter. Okay, so we may be able to get the right answer by reading one sentence previous to this sentence. Okay, and also another hint, there is some keywords to understand the context of this sentence. It says food is available and accessible throughout the winter. It's a statement. So maybe, there seems like a stronger hint, better hint, bigger hint. But just in case, this is a statement. Food is available, accessible throughout the winter. So one sentence after this sentence may give us some detail about this sentence, because this sentence is a statement. It's like available, accessible throughout the winter. So how and why? Okay. Okay, so why and or how in that place food is available and accessible throughout the winter may come one sentence after this sentence. Okay. Following sentence. Okay. Yeah. So let's read. I'll go quicker than usual because, probably I really need to pay attention from here, not from here, but I'm just doing just to not make any mistake. Nearly any kind of plant or forest understory can be part of deer's diet. Okay. Where the forest inhibit growth of grass and other meadow plants, what do they eat? The black-tailed deer browses on huckleberry, sorrel, dogwood, and almost any other shrub or herb. So this is type of understory they can eat. Okay. But this is fair weather feeding. Okay. So when the weather is warm, this is what they can enjoy, but not really during the cold weather. So what happened during the cold weather? What keeps the black-tailed deer alive in the harsher season, not fair weather, so colder weather of plants decay and dormancy? Okay, how do they survive? So let's read. One compensation for not hibernating is a built-in urge to migrate. Very simple. This is not the answer. Okay? Because we don't know where there is by reading this sentence. Okay? For this to make sense, one sentence prior to the box must give us the place where there is referring to. Okay? All right. So let's check for the second box by start reading this sentence. Scroll up a little bit to help you read easier. So we're starting here. Deer may move from, so they are migrating from and to. Deer may move from a high elevation browse area in summer down to the lowland area in late fall for the winter, to get ready for the winter. Excuse me. Perfect. Okay. So second box, let's see. There, food is available and accessible throughout the winter. Voila. Perfect. Okay. So there is referring to what? Lowland area. Why? Because it matches there, some kind of place where, because it says they migrate from high elevation area in summer to where? For the winter. To the lowland area in late fall to survive the winter. They move to lowland in late fall to survive alive during the winter time, during the harsher season. And let's put this sentence in there. There, what is it referring to? There is referring to lowland areas. Okay? So there or lowland areas, food is available and accessible throughout the winter. Perfect. Okay? Let's just double check whether what we guessed, what kind of sentence would come afterwards by reading this part. So hopefully we already know the second box is the answer because of the previous sentence, but let's see whether there is more detailed explanation about how food is available and accessible throughout the winter in lowlands. Okay. Even with snow on the ground in lowlands, the high bush understory is exposed. Exactly. Okay. So how food is available. Also, snow and wind bring down leafy branches of cedar, hemlock, red alder, and other arboreal fodder, means understory is exposed. So that's how they can get some food in lowland. And also, the snow and wind will bring down leafy branches as a food source for the deer to eat. Okay, two things. So exactly what we thought. It's more detailed information about how food is available and accessible throughout the winter. Voila, perfect. This is how you solve this, okay? I don't think we need to waste our time covering two more boxes, but I want to do the perfect job for you guys. So very quickly, very swiftly, let's just check third and fourth box just in case, okay? Okay, so for third box, there, I mean, it's a first sentence. It's not referring to any place, okay? So it's already wrong. But their food is available and accessible throughout the winter. The number of deer have fluctuated markedly since. It's talking about completely different things. There's no cohesion. There's no connection. There's no integration. There's no relationship. It's talking about completely different topic. Okay, so it's gone. All right, so it can't be third box. Fourth box, this sentence does not specifically talking about the place to cover this word in our keyword on the left, there. Okay. So fourth box, this sentence prior to this fourth box does not indicate where there means at all. So cannot be the answer. Okay. So second box is the right answer. Okay. This is how you solve this question type. All right. So in conclusion, let's summarize a little bit. So there are three things as a tip, as a like a secret strategy that you need to look for. First one is the pronoun. So if they give you a pronoun like there, these, he, she, it, whatever pronoun they give you, you can match that to the previous sentence to the key sentence that you are looking to insert into the passage. Okay. And number two is, as you can see here, right? You need to catch some keyword or keywords to understand the context in full so you can anticipate what kind of content will come after this main sentence, key sentence that we're dealing with. Okay. And number three, not in this question, but sometimes they give you actually a transition. Okay. Like, but, however, because, so, that kind of words, conjunction. Okay. So they could give you transition, conjunction. For example, like, but, however, or so, because. Okay, so transition, just like pronoun, transition is huge hint because you can understand how the sentence will continue. So after but, it's going to contradict the previous sentence. If it's however, same. It's going to go to opposite direction from the previous sentence of this inserted sentence. Okay. If it's because, previous sentence, it's going to make some kind of statement. And after because, you need to have the sentence that has the reason to support the previous sentence. If it's so, before so, it's going to have a reasons. And after so, it's going to be the statement. Okay, based on reasons that will be shown in previous sentence. Okay, so things like this, right? So three things you need to look for insertion type of question. It's a huge, it's a really, really good strategy, complete strategy. And also just to be on the safe side, quite often sentence before the key sentence prior is more important based on my experience. But sometimes if they want to make the question really hard, you also need, or you only have a clue to look at one sentence after our key sentence. So make sure you check sentence before, but don't just do that. Also check the sentence after. Okay, it's like super, super messy. So I'll rewrite here. Okay, so 3 tips. Look for the pronouns. Okay, and look at the previous sentence. Look at the keywords and understand the context for the next sentence. And also look for the transition. Conjunction, like but, however, So because and act accordingly to the context. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So I think it's pretty complete. In explaining this question type of insertion. So we have one more question type left in reading. So insertion question type is done and dusted. And I'll see you in my next episode dealing with the last question type called summary or propose summary. Okay. So if you like the video, please subscribe and set an alarm so that you don't miss the next video. And also, do press that like button. I will really appreciate it. Okay, thank you again, guys. Thank you for watching till the end. I'll see you again in my next video. Thank you. Have a great day. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is 8th episode of the TOEFL show. Obviously a special episode in that we are going to finish the question type of the reading section of the TOEFL test. So let's get started. As you can see on the screen here below my face on the right, there are 8 question types in TOEFL reading, and we are covering the last question type today called summary question or propose summary question. Okay, so I'm just going to call it summary. It's practically the same thing. Okay, so look at the screen on the left here, and let's find out what this question type is all about. Okay. Introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Okay, so they're going to give us introductory sentence for a brief summary of the whole passage right here. So this sentence, this question, ETS is regarding as brief summary of the whole passage. So they believe it's kind of a thesis to the whole 5-paragraph passage. Okay. Complete the summary by selecting 3 answer choices. So we need to click 3 answer choices out of 6. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, right? And we need to choose 3 right answer choices out of 6. Okay. 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. So we're definitely looking for main ideas or major details, maybe. Main ideas, okay? Not details, okay? So under this introductory sentence, we're looking for main ideas or topic sentences of the whole passage. So we want main idea or important but general point at the same time, not minor details. Okay. So the right answer will be important, main ideas, 3 of them in the passage. Okay. So what would be the wrong answer? Some sentences do not belong in the summary because why not? They express ideas that are not presented in the passage. So first, it's not mentioned. Okay. So obviously it's not mentioned. It's wrong. Okay. Or are minor ideas in the passage. So pay attention here, guys. So it may be correct information or it may be mentioned in the passage, but if it's minor detail, it's not going to be the answer. All right. This question is worth 2 points. So let's go. So let's read this sentence as the most general, like a thesis of the whole passage, okay, that ETS gave us. So the passage is about deer in the Puget Sound area eat a wide variety of foods, okay, and migrate seasonally to find food. Okay, so that's a brief summary. So underneath that, we need to find the main ideas from the passage. So how do I do this without looking at the passages? I was keep saying from the episode number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. I am reading the full paragraph to help us solve the summary question. Now we're here. So are we going to go back to every paragraph and read it completely and comprehend again in full? No, not today. Because if you are watching from episode 1 to episode 7, then I have done the reading comprehension in great detail for you. So you should be able to understand all 5 paragraphs. Okay? So are we just going to go each answer choice assuming that we remember everything in 5 paragraphs? Of course not. That's impossibility. So I will find a compromise. What I thought of is that I will help you remember those 5 paragraphs if you are watching previous episodes by giving you very brief summary with the main points and main idea for each of 5 paragraphs right now, and then we can tackle the question. Okay? Sounds good, yeah? All right, cool. Let's go. So, paragraph 1. What was it about? So, paragraph 1, it said there are 2 species in the Puget Sound, 2 species of deer. One is black-tailed deer. They live in lowland, and this species now is the most common one. Okay? And white-tailed deer was common and used to live in open prairie, but not anymore. Now restricted to low and marsh islands. And it's not as common as before. Okay? So that's paragraph 1. So paragraph 2. What was the paragraph 2 about? So black-tailed deer migrate from high elevation area to lowlands to survive the winter and harsher seasons, cold weather. Okay, and detail of that was they migrate from high elevation area in summer to lowland in late fall to prepare for the winter, because there is no more food source in high elevation in the cold weather, but you can find food sources in lowland during winter. Okay, so food available in lowland during winter, and in a high elevation area, food available during summer. Okay, so what was the paragraph 3 about? Paragraph 3 stated that it didn't distinguish black-tailed deer or white-tailed deer. Overall, it just keep mentioning deer as one. The number of deer fluctuated in numbers a lot after the Europeans came. Okay? And it gave an example of like 1 explorer, 2 explorer, a team of explorer in lowland, killing number of deers during winter to survive, but there were no deer come spring, so they left. And another example although its detail, which was quite important, was that, you know, a lot of deer reduction in numbers, decreased in numbers in 1832 when you compare it to 1825. So within 7 years, by 1832, number of deer overall has decreased a lot. Okay? Because of a lot of hunting by humans to protect their crops. Okay? All right. So what was the paragraph 4 about? Okay, so paragraph 4 said, so this human civilization, okay, human came in, Europeans came in, following from paragraph 3, they, logged, burned, and basically cleared, so destroyed the forests, so destroyed the deer's habitat, okay, all right, and it had, obviously, without a doubt, huge toll on deer population, especially white-tailed deer. Remember, right? And then, but, okay, it had like a huge dramatic change that all these human activities had positive effect on population of black deer. What a surprise. Okay, so naturally you would feel that, if humans destroy the animal's habitat by the burning and clearing the forest and building towns and, factories and things like that, then animals lose their original habitat. So their population will go down. It will decline. And it did for the white-tailed deer. But for the black-tailed deer, for whatever the reason, actually, this human action caused black-tailed deer's population to go up. Wow, what a twist. So paragraph 5 gives us the reasons why these human actions actually helped black-tailed deer to increase in numbers, okay? And first reason was this human actions got rid of the predators of the black-tailed deers, but didn't affect black-tailed deers negatively, but it got rid of the predators of black-tailed deer. And what was the second one? Yeah, it put a limit on hunting times and type of hunting they can do to try to protect the deer. And last, but most important reason was the human's action of burning and clearing the woods, destroying the forest, and making the place really flat and open. It made the food source for the black-tailed deer, like understory plants, to be more nutritious, like better quality food. And also this clearing of forest increase the quantity of food source for the deer. So they end up getting more food in quantity and better food in quality, more protein. Okay? So this would be, if you are practicing, I mean, you don't have to do this, but, for purpose of summary, I am trying to do a note-taking, like a good summary notes for the whole passage by writing very quick main idea notes for each and every paragraph from paragraph 1 to paragraph 5. So, it's up to you. If you think it will help you to study English, become better at it, or if it helps you actually taking TOEFL test, get better score in long run, do something like this. But on the other hand, if you're preparing for the TOEFL and you're really running out of time, you need to do things quicker, then this may or may not a right strategy for you. Okay, but this was just revision for people, who have been watching from episode 1 to episode 7 in order for us to do the summary question. Okay, so now the question will be very easy because we need to just choose the right answer. Okay. The balance of deer species in the Puget Sound region has changed over time. Okay, so it fluctuated a lot. With the Columbian white-tailed deer now outnumbering the other types of deer, which is a black-tailed deer. So this is exactly opposite, isn't it? Right? So if you read the first paragraph, it says there are two types of species of deer, not beer, deer, and black-tailed deer is now most common, means there are more black-tailed deer than white-tailed deer. Okay, and also indirectly it implies paragraph 3, 4, 5 that there are more black-tailed deer than white-tailed deer, but in paragraph 1 it clearly tells us there are more black-tailed deer than white-tailed deer. So this is wrong information. Okay, moving on. Answer choice B. Deer population naturally fluctuate, yes, but early settlers in the Puget Sound environment caused an overall decline in deer population of the area at the time. Yeah, so this is a main idea of paragraph 3, right? Okay, so overall, don't know white-tailed or black-tailed, but overall, population of deer fluctuated a lot after Europeans came. And within 7 years, from 1825 to 1832, a lot of deer population went down drastically by too much hunting. Okay, so B is pretty much the paraphrase of what I have written down in paragraph 3. Okay, let's read it again to make sure. Deer population, B, deer population naturally fluctuate, but early settlers, so since the European came in to the Puget Sound, caused by hunting, exterminating deer to protect the crop, caused an overall decline in the deer population of the area at that time. Right? So perfect. So this is a main idea from paragraph 3. Okay, main idea of paragraph 3. All right, C, in the long term, black-tailed deer in the Puget Sound area have benefited from human activities, yeah, through the elimination of natural predators and more and better food in deforested areas. So this is paragraph 5, isn't it? Yeah, so 3 reasons, all right? Less predators, less hunting, and food source for the deer becoming more in quantity and better in quality, right? So it's a main idea of paragraph 5. No detail. Like pretty much exactly the same, right? So it mentioned the first reason and the third reason. Second reason was less hunting, okay, right? So in the long run, black-tailed deer actually benefited, meaning their population went up from human activities because of these reasons. There's one more reason, but it's a perfect answer. So it's a main idea from paragraph 5. All right, rock and roll. D. Because Puget Sound deer migrate, yes, it does. It was and still remains difficult to determine accurately how many deer are living at any one time in the Western United States. Let me tell you, there was no mentioning of this whatsoever in the passage, so it's easy no. Okay? So D is just simply not mentioned. Another thing I want to mention, though, is you should identify D as not the correct answer since it's not mentioned, but also, even if it was kind of similar to the answer, if you are not sure, is this main idea or is this like really detailed? Is this really minor? Yeah. So I call this answer choice like a thank you answer choice, because not only it's clearly wrong, but even if you're confused, this is very minor. It's not the main idea of one paragraph or multiple paragraphs. Definitely not. Okay. Yeah, either way, D is wrong. E. Although it was believed that human settlement of the Pacific Northwest would cause the total number of deer to decrease permanently, okay, I think it's paragraph 4. The opposite has actually occurred for certain types of deer. So there are only 2 types, 2 species. So opposite, okay, let's read one by one. Although it was believed that human settlement, so, human settlement, human civilization, logging, clearing, burning the forest, destroying it, and building, what was it? Cities, towns, and factories, right? In paragraph 4, okay, would cause the total number of deer to decrease permanently, right? Especially white-tailed deer. So it had a bad effect overall, especially white-tailed deer. However, the second part of paragraph 4, what did it say? But this human action actually benefited black-tailed deer's population for some reason. Bang. Certain. So just one type of deer, which is black-tailed deer in this case, and their population went up. What is that? It is the main idea from paragraph 4. Okay? Paragraph 4 main idea. E. Perfect. So we got 3 answers. B from paragraph 3, main idea, not detail. C is a main idea of paragraph 5, and E is main idea of paragraph 4. Okay? All right, F. Wildlife biologists, so F better be wrong, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Wildlife biologists have long been, there was like only one biologist mentioned in paragraph 5, I think. But anyway, so I think it's already wrong, but have long been worried about the loss of forests that may create nutritional deficiency for deer. Great. Not mentioned at all. Never. Okay? Not mentioned. Sorry, it's a bit messy. Running out of space. Apologies for that. It's not mentioned. You cannot find this information anywhere in the passage. And it's detailed as well. So it's another thank you answer choice. It's a really bad answer choice that you can clearly identify as a wrong answer. Okay? But most importantly, it's not mentioned. Nutritional value of the food source for the deer. It's a detail. It was only mentioned once in paragraph 5 as after human action, nutritional value for black-tailed deer actually increased. That's only one part. And that is completely different from what F is saying. It is saying they are worried that loss of forests will create nutritional deficiency for deer. So it's not mentioned at all. Okay, great. Perfect answer. So 3 answer choices to get this question correct and get 2 points are B, Oops, I didn't want that. B, C, and E. And D is not the answer. Sorry. Okay. All right. So yeah, sorry about highlighting. That's it, guys. So we covered all the question types. And before I finish, I just want to give you a quick last word on how to tackle the summary section. Okay. So answers are B, C, E. And what I want to tell you is when you look at the answer choice, obviously, if you understand the passage's main idea, each paragraph's main idea clearly, then you'll probably get the right answer. But two other tips are, second, sometimes you have the shorter length paragraph and number of paragraphs increased. So overall, it's a similar length, but you may get 6 or 7 paragraphs in TOEFL reading. Then sometimes one answer covers main ideas of multiple paragraphs, not just one paragraph. So for example, A could be main idea for paragraph 1 and 2. C could be main idea of paragraph 3, 4, 5. D may be the main idea of paragraph 6 and 7. Okay, so it is possible in different type of TOEFL reading summary question. So watch out for this. So definitely look for general and main ideas and points of the whole passage, something that is expansive and wide. Okay, not minor detail. And the last tip and strategy I can give you is if you are a little confused, if you're not sure between 2 answers or among 3 answers, if you can, use this brief summary of the whole passage to your advantage. So technically speaking, your answer should support this sentence. Okay. All right. So, it needs to be a main point and most important ideas. So reasonably general and reasonably main idea. But as long as it's not a minor detail, okay, just check whether it's supporting the brief summary of the whole passage as a whole, or is it completely irrelevant, like outside of that is not matching. Okay, so if you're having trouble between 2 answers, okay, this may help you, right? I mean, it's not so much so for this question in particular that we did today, but I'll show you in different times how much help you can get by actually trying to relate to the what do they call, brief summary sentence of the whole passage. Okay. Okay, so we're all coherent. All right. Okay, cool. So that's it, guys. So thank you for watching. I hope this really helped you. I am quite satisfied. I'm getting a bit emotional, not too deeply, but we have 8 TOEFL reading question types, and we covered them all one by one in great detail to give you most complete TOEFL preparation program ever. As I said in my introduction, I think TOEFL Show 0. I think I'm trying to do that, to provide you really valuable learning material. That's my aim. And I sincerely hope you have benefited or you like the videos that, you have been watching. So I'll come back with the next episode of TOEFL Show. So please subscribe to my channel and set an alarm so you won't miss the next episode of TOEFL Show. It is continuing. And please press the like button if you like this video. Okay, thank you very much. And I'll see you again in my next episode. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 9. Today, I have a real treat for you today. I have a TOEFL reading practice test for you to do today. So the test will start very shortly. And feel free to pause or fast forward or even rewind the video during the video if you need more time or if you want to solve each and every question in your own time. Or if you want the real TOEFL reading test experience, then just run the video. And I have given you time limit with the stopwatch each and every question. So you can just try to solve each and every question within the time limit I have given you. Then you can feel what the real test would be like. So I hope you enjoy it. And the test will start now. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. Today, I have a real treat for you. I'm giving you a full lecture of answer and explanation of one full TOEFL reading passage with 10 questions. As you're probably aware, my last video, I already put up a video with this passage with 10 questions in full, so you can actually take the test by yourself. So if you took the test by yourself and now ready to get the full lecture of answer and explanation of each and every question, then here it is. So I hope you enjoy it, and let's get started. Okay, guys, let's start question number 1. Let's read the question first. The word marked in the passage is closest in meaning to. Okay, so this is vocabulary question. So let's read the passage to find out the context to solve this question. Cave art in Europe. This is our title, paragraph 1. The earliest discovered traces of art are beads and carvings and then paintings from sites dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. Okay, so earliest type of arts are beads, carvings, and painting. And when it all started is all the way back to Upper Paleolithic period, Old Stone Age. So very, very, very long time ago. Okay, next sentence. We might expect that early artistic efforts would be crude. Yeah. Why? Because it's so long ago, right? Because it's from Old Stone Age, the earliest discovered art. We expect the quality of art to be crude. Okay, so crude should be part of your TOEFL vocabulary. Those of you who do not know what crude means, it means simple, basic, rudimentary, primitive, not very high quality, very low quality, very simple. Okay, so that's crude. So we might expect that early artistic effort would be crude, naturally, because it's so long ago. But, okay, so most important word here, but, so we already know the meaning of this sentence. You know, this sentence must say the early artistic effort of mankind from Upper Paleolithic period was not crude. Actually, it was quite significant, quite substantial. It was quite polished. It was quite high level. This sentence would mean something like that because of but here. Okay, so we already know it's going to say early artistic efforts were not crude. Okay, but the cave painting of Spain and southern France show a marked degree of skills. Okay, so if you knew already what marked means, it means significant, substantial. Okay, well done. But if you didn't know, this is, you know, quite an easy question, I think, because understanding the context by understanding this but and crude, we already know marked degree of skills would mean high degree of skill, considerable degree of skills, significant degree of skills, substantial degree of skills. Okay, so if you didn't know the meaning of marked as a vocabulary, then, you know, all you need to find is not crude. We need something opposite meaning of crude. So let's solve this question. A, considerable, bang, perfect answer right off the bat. Sorry. Okay, so considerable means significant or something that is substantial. B, surprising. Well, I mean, you know, you could be pleasantly surprised, but surprising does not directly mean opposite to crude. Okay, surprising is just when you surprise when somebody tap you on the shoulder from behind. Okay, so it's not the answer. See, limited, it's almost like opposite of what we're looking for, because we're looking for a meaning of opposite of crude. So, you know, quite high level or polished or advanced. But limited just means under the limit, within the boundary. Okay, so it doesn't mean substantial or significant. Limited means, you know, quite low, right? Within the limit, not above that. Okay, so limited is definitely the wrong answer because it's opposite of what we're looking for in meaning. Okay, adequate, yeah, pretty good try from ETS. Okay, adequate might sound positive in some sense because, you know, in a positive connotation, adequate could mean just right, but you know, adequate means something is adequate means it's just to the level to necessity. Okay, so it's not high level, it's not beyond or above what you need, it's just at what is required, what is needed, nothing more than that. So it's adequate. So, you know, in a positive sense, it could mean like good enough, right? That's fine. It meets the requirement, right? But it doesn't mean high level or substantial or significant. Okay, so just right. Okay, but not above and beyond that. So just to the level that is needed. So it could, you know, mean something quite neutral or even negative. Okay, so that's what adequate means. So adequate is definitely not the answer. All right, so let's just read out the sentence, putting considerable instead of marked and see whether it makes sense. We might expect that early artistic efforts would be crude, but it's not crude. The cave paintings of Spain and southern France show a marked degree of skills, showed a considerable degree of skills. Perfect, okay? So question one, done. A is the answer. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, question number two. Let's start by reading the question. Question number two. According to paragraph 2, it's right here and below. What makes some researchers think that, okay, what is it? What is it that certain cave paintings were connected with magical religious activity? So this is definitely a factual question in that we need to find something that lead us to believe that certain cave paintings were connected with magical religious activity. Okay, so there will be a detail in paragraph 2 to tell us that some things, okay, that we can know certain cave paintings were connected with magical religious activity. So let's find the answer by reading the passage. Paragraph 2, right here. The researchers, Peter Wucko and Andre Rosenfeld, identified, okay, so they found, what did they find? 3 principal locations of paintings in the caves of Western Europe. Voila. So they actually found 3 locations of the cave painting. Okay. All right. So what are the location? Location number 1, in obviously inhabited rock shelters and cave entrance. So the first location where they found cave paintings, okay, first location was inhabited rock shelter. So it shows where these people lived, okay, rock shelters and entrance of caves. So that's first location. Second location, in galleries immediately off the inhabited areas of caves. Okay, so not quite right at the rock shelters and cave entrance where they lived, but kind of right next to it, okay, there were galleries to show these paintings, not far away, or right next to, very close to the first location. Okay, there were galleries. All right, so no mentioning of magical religious activities yet. So hopefully location 3 will tell us something about magical religious activities. Okay, third location, number 3. In the inner reaches of caves, okay, so inside of the caves, deep inside of the caves, whose difficulty of access, okay, so deep inside of the caves, it was difficult to get to, access, okay, it was difficult to get to, has been interpreted, explained, as some as a sign, okay, so this was a sign because it was difficult to get to, because it's inner reaches of caves. So deep inside the caves, that was difficult to get to was a sign that magical religious activities were performed there. Voila. Okay, so location 3 is the answer. Okay, and the answer is inner reaches of caves were made people difficult to get to. Okay, all right, so let's solve this question by choosing the right answer. Pretty straightforward. I think A, the paintings were located where many people could easily see them. No, right? Difficult to get to, deep inside the caves, right? So the whole point was difficulty of access right here. Right? So, you know, the paintings were located where many people could easily see them is almost the opposite, right, of difficulty of access. So A is wrong answer. B, Upper Paleolithic people share similar beliefs with contemporary people who use paintings of animals in their magical religious rituals. It's just not mentioned at all. Okay, not mentioned at all. I don't know where this come from. There is no mentioning of this whatsoever from paragraph 2. So B is out as well. Okay, C. Evidence of magical religious activity has been found in galleries immediately. No, the answer is a third location, inner reaches of the caves. But C is talking about the second location, where galleries immediately off the inhabited area of caves in second location. So C is wrong as well. So D must be right, but let's double check to make sure. The paintings were found in hard to reach places. See, there is a small paraphrase here. Away from the inhabited parts of the caves. Okay, let's work this out. So what is the paintings were found in hard to reach places? It is paraphrasing of course, difficulty of access. Okay. Away from the inhabited parts of the caves is what? The inner reaches of caves. Why? Because where do people used to live? Rock shelters or entrance of the caves, not deep inside of the caves. So they found it deep inside of the caves, not entrance of the caves. So inner reaches of the caves means it's far away from the inhabited parts of the cave, which was entrance part. Okay, so that is paraphrasing of this. Okay. And of course, the hard to reach places is paraphrasing of difficulty of access. Okay. So once again, factual question, done and dusted. This is the right answer. And, you know, the answer will be given explicitly directly from the passage word for word, but when you choose the right answer choice, they may paraphrase it. Like meaning is exactly the same. Meanings are the same, but obviously they could do some paraphrasing to make it slightly harder for you to choose the right answer. Okay? So in hard to reach places is difficulty of access. Away from inhabited parts of the caves is inner reach of the cave. Okay? So question 2, done and dusted. Answer is D. Let's move on to the next question. All right, question 3, another vocabulary question. Okay, so we get 2 vocabulary questions in this test set. Okay, so it's a vocabulary question. I mean, obviously, it's going to help you if you know what trappings mean as vocabulary, but let's read the passage and try to work out the context and get some clue, as we should do. Paragraph 3, the subjects of the paintings are mostly animals. Okay, so they drew animals. The paintings rest on bare walls. Okay, so paintings were on bare walls, so empty walls. So walls had nothing on it. It was empty, bare. Okay, the synonym of bare is empty. So they drew, sorry, I'm writing empty twice. Okay, so they drew animals. They drew animals on empty walls. Okay, with no backdrop. So without anything, without any background decoration. Okay, with no backdrops means background, or environmental trappings. No background or no environmental background or environmental decoration. So what this sentence is trying to say, this is the key part here. Okay, the painting was rest on bare walls with nothing, without anything. Okay, so without any background, right? Okay, so let's go back to the question and solve this question. Should be easy. The paintings rest on bare walls with no backdrops or environmental condition. No, like no environmental background or decoration. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So condition doesn't mean like there's no background or no decoration. Okay, problems certainly not. Okay, all right, we just talking about no background, no environmental influence, even worse. Okay, all right, we just talking about there was nothing on it. The wall was empty. That's all we're trying to say. D, decoration. Yeah, makes perfect sense. The painting rests on bare walls, which means without backdrops or environmental decoration. So there was no background, no decoration whatsoever. So D is the right answer. And once again, the question is kind enough that, level of difficulty is not that high, in that, we can clearly find the right answer as long as we understand the context, hopefully. Okay, so question 3, the answer is D. And let's move on to the next question. Okay, question 4. Let's read the question. Which of the sentences below best expresses the essential information in the highlighted sentence in the passage? So it's called sentence simplification question. That's the question type, simplification. And what we need to do is we need to choose the right answer that only shows essential information from this sentence. Okay, All right, let's read on. Incorrect choices can change the meaning in important ways or leave out essential information. So if the meaning of the sentence has changed, or if they leave out some important information, then it will be the wrong answer, right? So let's read this highlighted sentence first. Perhaps, like many contemporary peoples, okay, so perhaps means maybe, possibly, like many contemporary people, so we still need the subject. Who are we talking about? Upper Paleolithic men and women, okay, so Upper Paleolithic people believe that, what did they believe? The drawing of a human image could cause death or injury. Okay, so that's first part. Right? So remember the previous video when I was covering this question type? We really need to comprehend in full, like in real detail, and we need to divide our comprehension into 1 or 2 or 3 different parts. Okay? All right? So the first part is basically saying maybe, right? Possibly, Upper Paleolithic people believe that drawing of humans could cause death or injury to human beings. Okay? And the second part, and if that were indeed their belief, so it's a repetition here, we can take this out because there's perhaps, or we can put if right here. Okay? If Upper Paleolithic people believe that, then, you know, whatever. So if that were indeed their belief, so if this was true, basically, if this was true, and there's an if here, it's a repetition, but also remember, it's perhaps, okay? So they still saying possibly, maybe, you know, they're not stating the fact, okay? Upper Paleolithic people believe that. Instead, they have perhaps, maybe here, okay? So that's why probably there's a repetition here as well, okay? So let's take out the perhaps. If it was true, then, so it's cause and effect, okay? So if they believe this, then, so this must be the second part, okay? It might explain why human figures are rarely depicted in cave art, okay? So this is the cause, and the effect is, okay, if they really believe that, the cause, okay, then what's the effect? What's the second part? It might explain why humans were rarely, not often, depicted in cave art. Okay, they didn't draw humans very often. Okay, they draw humans rarely. Okay, okay, so this is a result, and this is a reason. Okay, so it's saying maybe Upper Paleolithic people believe that if they drew humans, it would bring death or injury to people. Then that is a good reason why we cannot find many humans in their cave art, right? Okay, right? So it's cause and effect. This is a reason, and this is result, right? So we need to find the right answer that contain both parts that we understood within this one sentence. So let's go. Upper Paleolithic people, like many contemporary people, believe that if they drew a human image in their cave art, it will cause death injury. What's good here? Not, you know, looks nothing wrong here. Looks correct. So A is the right answer. What do you think? Okay. It leaves out 2 completely, right? It leaves out 2 completely. Okay, this answer choice A does not have anything that says then this is the reason why upper Paleolithic people did not draw humans very often. We need that as a content, but you know, it leaves out this second part completely. So if you look at answer choice A, it only contains the first part of this sentence. It does not have the second part at all. Okay, so A is the wrong answer. Okay, B. Many contemporary people believe that the drawing of a human image can cause... Okay, look, guys, this is a big trick, quite humorous to me. The subject here is a contemporary people. Okay, let's read till the end because it's pretty funny. Many contemporary people believe that the drawing of a human image can cause death or injury. So they like upper Paleolithic people. So what is the subject here? Contemporary people rarely depict human figures in their cave art. I mean, you know, if the both subject think the same way, if the subjects are different, then the meaning of the sentence is completely different. Okay, this sentence is saying, just like many contemporary people, the subject is upper Paleolithic people believe this way, right? So it's like upper Paleolithic people, like contemporary people, believe this way. That is the meaning of sentence. The sentence is not trying to describe what contemporary people thought. Okay. Let me break down this easier for you. Let me give you an example. So me and my father both like chocolate, right? But the meaning of sentence is completely different. If I say, I, like my father, enjoy eating chocolate, it's talking about me. James likes chocolate, right? But if the sentence say, my father, like James, enjoy eating chocolate, what is it talking about? It's talking about my father. So it's a completely different meaning, right? So B is wrong because the main subject is changed. Okay, C. If upper Paleolithic people, like many contemporary people, yeah, so far so good, if they believed that the drawing of a human image could cause death or injury, perfect. First part, clear. This belief might explain why human figures are rarely depicted in cave art. Perfect. Okay, cannot be clearer than that. Okay, so it covers this perfectly. If you read this again, it covers perfectly. The C is exactly what we're looking for. It's saying, yeah, let me not repeat myself. You get my point. It's you know, I'll be just repeating myself. It's exactly same as our note right here. Okay, so C is the right answer. D, although already wrong. Yeah, I'll read it through, but there was no contrast in this sentence, in the flow of the sentence. Okay, it was cause and effect, so we already know it's wrong answer because it has although. But let's read them out. Although many contemporary people believe that, yeah, subject is wrong as well. They're talking about contemporary people, not upper Paleolithic people. Although many contemporary people believe that the drawing of a human image can cause death or injury, so wrong meaning. Researchers cannot explain why. Yeah, let's stop. Right, it's wrong. You know, every line. Okay, right. So it says it gives us a good clue why humans were not depicted in their art. So they kind of understand some things, not researchers cannot explain. So it's wrong in so many ways. Okay. Right. So the right answer, question 4, is C. Let's move on. Next question, please. All right. Question number 5. Why does the author mention that? Okay. So it's a rhetorical purpose. So it's purpose question in that. Yeah, let's read the sentence first, question first. Why does the author mention that? Mention what? Upper Paleolithic cave art seem to have what? Reached a peak towards the end of the Upper Paleolithic period when the herds of game were decreasing. Okay, so the question is, what is the reason? What is the purpose? Author is saying this highlighted part in order to convey what message? Okay, so why does author say this? In order to say what? Okay, so what is the purpose of mentioning this highlighted part? Okay, so yeah, we have to read the passage. We're still paragraph 3. So, previous question was paragraph 3 as well, but we're just continuing the second part of the paragraph 3. Okay. Another explanation for the focus on animals might be that these people thought to improve their luck at hunting. Okay, so if you remember the previous question, one theory was because if they drew human, then it would bring death and injury to people. So they maybe draw animals as their subject. But there is another theory. Okay, another theory is that animal was the subject of their art because they wanted to improve their luck at hunting. That's the reason. Okay. This theory is suggested by evidence of chips in painted figures, perhaps made by spears thrown at the drawings. Okay. So the support. So this sentence is the theory. Okay. The theory is maybe they drew animals to improve their luck at hunting. Okay. And this is the supporting detail, right? Okay, so this is supporting detail. Okay, by evidence of chips, so broken parts in the painted figures. Why? Perhaps made by spears. So probably they were throwing the spears at the painting, to hope improve their chance for hunting. Okay. All right, next sentence, start with but. So super important. We may, we should pay attention because it's a contrast here. So probably this sentence will be talking or disagreeing with previous sentence, okay? But if improving their hunting luck was the chief motivation for the paintings, meaning primary reason, number one reason for the paintings, it is difficult to explain why only a few show signs of having been speared, okay? Because they can only see a few signs of the paintings being speared. Because of that, it's, difficult to explain this improving their luck at hunting was probably the main reason to draw animals. Okay, so let's read this part one more time. But if improving their luck was the chief motivation, so but if it's trying to say chief motivation is not improving their luck at hunting. Okay, then what is it? For the painting, it is difficult to explain why only a few show signs of having been speared. So it's saying, there's not enough reason, but it hasn't told us what's the real reason. Probably this sentence will tell us, hopefully. Perhaps, maybe, the paintings were inspired by, see, so the real reason, the main reason, the chief motivation, primary reason why they drew animals is maybe by the need to increase the supply of animals, right? So this may be the main reason why these people drew animals in their cave art, right? This is probably the main reason. Next sentence. Cave art seems to have, okay, highlighted sentence, reached a peak, okay, so reached the highest level of quantity, reached the peak towards the end of Upper Paleolithic period. Okay, so what does that mean? What is it? What does that got to do with anything? Reached the peak, cave art reached the peak towards the end of Upper Paleolithic period, which means when the herd of game were decreasing. Wow. Very logical, very, very clear. Okay. So this sentence exists to support this main idea. Okay. So this is the relationship. So the main idea of this sentence from here, from perhaps, is trying to say maybe the chief motivation for the painting animals was by the need to increase the supply of animals in order to increase the number of animals, right? And it explains why this would be the main reason. Cave art seem to have reached a peak towards at the end of Upper Paleolithic period. So they drew the most quantity of animals towards the end of Upper Paleolithic period. Why? When the herd of game were decreasing. So number of animals were decreasing. So trying to increase the supply of animals that they need, and they need to hunt. They were hoping, because number of animals were decreasing, less and less animals are available for them to hunt, they drew animals the most. Okay, why? Because their real reason was they were drawing animals in their cave art to hopefully increase the supply of animals, increase the number of animals. Okay, perfect logic. So answer should be this highlighted sentence is mentioned to support the idea that primary reason for drawing animals in their cave art was to increase the supply of animals. Okay, that should be the answer. A, B, C, D. So let's find out. To argue that Upper Paleolithic art ceased, stopped, put to the end, okay, ended. To argue that Upper Paleolithic art ended to include animals when a herd of game became scarce. No, it's just what happened as a result. It's just the detail, okay? So this is not mentioned to tell you they drew more cave art when number of animals were decreasing. That's just what happened. The purpose of this sentence is to support this main idea, okay? To provide support for the idea that, okay, so what is the idea that this is trying to support? The aim, objective of the painting was to increase the supply of animal for hunting. Perfect, okay? So I'm not going to explain one more time because probably I explained it twice or three times already without looking at the answer choice, and it's exactly the same as what I said 2-3 minutes ago. Okay, so B is the perfect answer. Exactly what I said. So the purpose of this is to support this idea. That's what B says. C, to emphasize the continued improvement in the quality of cave art through, yeah, it's just off topic. Nothing to do with the quality of cave art. Okay, not answering the question. D, to show the direct connection between decrease in herds of game and the end of Upper Paleolithic period. Very much like A. It has no purpose. It's not answering the question. It shows what happened. Number of animals decreased. at the end of the Upper Paleolithic period, but so what? What's the purpose? Okay, so it's very much like A, it's off topic, it's not answering the question at all. Only B is the right answer, as I explained. Okay. All right. So question 5, the answer is B. Next question, please. Okay, question 6. According to paragraph 4, scholars believe that wild cattle, horses, and mammoth are the animals most frequently portrayed in cave paintings for all of the following reasons except. Okay, so it's a negative factual question. So we are looking for wrong information as the right answer. The question is asking for us to do that, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, okay. So it's saying wild cattle, horses, and mammoth are the animals most frequently portrayed, drew in cave painting, and there are reasons for that. So 3 answer choices will be one of the reasons, right reason, and 1 answer choice will not. So we need to find one that is not the reason as the answer, because it's asking us to find except. Okay. So for this one, let's look at the answer choices first. It might, give us good hint, and then we can just find and match the answer choice up as we read the paragraph. That might be easier. A, these animals were difficult to hunt because of their unpredictable behavior. Okay, so they drew wild cattle, horses, and mammoth most frequently because they were difficult to hunt because their unpredictable behavior. This is a reason. The second reason why they drew this animal most frequently, people prefer these animals for their meat and for their skins. Okay, that's the reason. C, the painters admire the beauty of these large animals. I don't know. I'm not saying anything here, but don't you think it's a bit funny because probably like they were drawing because they wanted to hunt them or whatever, but because they were drawing them because they were beautiful? I don't know, but logically, I have a big doubt on C, but let's not take a shortcut. D, people feared these animals because of their size and speed. So because they were scared of them, because they were so big and fast, they drew these animals, okay, to get rid of the fear, right, and hunt them. All right, so 3 are the right reasons. 1 is not. So let's try to find it. Paragraph 4, let's read it. The particular symbolic significance of the cave paintings in southwestern France is more explicitly revealed, perhaps by the result of study conducted by researchers Patricia Rice and M. Patterson. Okay, so tell us about the study, how directly, explicitly, symbolic significance is revealed. Tell us. The data they present suggests that what? The animals portrayed in the cave paintings were mostly the ones that the painters preferred for meat and for the materials such as hides. Okay, so the animals they drew were mostly the one the painters preferred for their meat and materials such as hides. Hides is another word for animal skin. Okay, all right. So yeah, so that was mentioned where? Here, right? Okay, so this sentence is talking about B. So B is the right reason. So we are not looking for right reason. So B is the wrong answer. Okay. It's here. For example, why wild cattle, horses are portrayed more often than we would expect by chance, probably because they wanted to eat their meat and they had probably like a big skin, big fur. Okay, because they were larger and heavier, so they could get more meat out of it. So they wanted to catch large animal to have a big dinner than other animals in the environment. So probably it's referring to other small animals that they cannot get as much meat. Okay. Cool. Next. In addition, the paintings mostly portray animals that the painters may have feared the most. There you go. So probably D is coming. If they feared size and speed, scroll down a little bit. Okay, because of their size and speed. Bang. So this matches D. So this is the right reason. We're not looking for the right reason. So D is not the answer. Okay, let's read it again. In addition, the paintings mostly portray animals that the painters may have feared the most, D, because of their size and speed. Natural weapons such as tusks and horns, and the unpredictability of their behavior. So we're done here. So this came from A, right? Voila. Okay, they drew these animals because of their unpredictable behavior, right? Okay. So, yeah, as we expected. Okay. Sorry, the marking is not very clear. So let's gray them out. Okay. So answer is C, and nowhere in the passage it mentions the painters drew these animals because they looked beautiful. All right. I guess we could read the rest of the paragraph, but we won't because this is a lecture of answer and explanation, and hopefully you had a chance to solve these questions by yourself. And we all know there's no mentioning of upper Paleolithic people drawing these animals because they were beautiful anywhere. So I won't read the rest of the paragraph because I don't want to waste your time. Okay. So B came from here. D came from here. A came from here, as you can see on the screen. So the answer is C. Question 6, C. Next question, please. Okay, question 7. Here we go. According to paragraph 4, which of the following may best represent the attitude, so probably inference question, attitude of hunters toward deer and reindeer in the Upper Paleolithic period? Okay, so if you try to solve this question already before watching this video, only time rain and reindeer appears in this paragraph is here, right here. Deer and reindeer in this sentence. Okay. All right. Nowhere else to be found. So that is mammoths, bovines, and horses are portrayed more often than deer and reindeer. That's it. So it is inference question because we need to work out what does this mean when mammoths, bovines, and horses are portrayed more often than deer and reindeer. What does it mean to rain and not rain, deer and reindeer? Okay, but it's very easy. We just need to comprehend in an indirect way. Okay. All right. So if somebody says, I am fatter than you, okay, means what? You are skinnier. Okay. All right. So it's not even inference, really, if you think about it. It's a very easy inference question. Okay. So yeah, I could read from the top and comprehend. Because I've done it already in the previous question, let me be real quick. Okay. So the data they present suggests that they drew these large animals because they wanted their meat and skin. Okay. All right. Because they were big and large, they could get a lot of meat out of it, right? Remember the previous question? Please go back and watch the previous question if you cannot remember already. Okay. And in addition, painting mostly portrayed animal that they may have feared the most, but they had to hunt. Okay, so two things, right? The main idea certainly is they drew these big animals. What were they? These mammoths, bovines, and horses, because they wanted the larger meat. Okay, a lot of meat and skins. And also they drew them because they had to hunt them, but they were scary. Okay, of their size, speed, natural weapons, and unpredictability. So these are two reasons, right? Okay. So that's a quick summary of this paragraph so far. And we come to this sentence. That is, okay, that means mammoths, bovines, and horses, so these large animals that they drew the most often, are portrayed more often than deer and reindeer. Okay. Yeah. Why? Because they drew these animals for two reasons. First, they wanted their meat and skin because they were large animals. They wanted to get more quantity of meat. And because they were scary. They were big, fast, scary animals. Okay. So that's why they drew them. So if they drew this animal more often than deer and reindeer, it just means deer and reindeers were opposite or not as much as this large animal. Okay. So these upper Paleolithic people did not want to catch deer or reindeer for the meat or skins because deer and reindeer were not as big, so they could not get as much meat compared to catching these large animals. And second, they were not scared of deer and reindeer as much as mammoth, bovines, and horses. Okay, so what can we infer? Yeah, it's indirect comprehension. Okay, they call it inference, but it's not even inference. Inference question has a slightly different types, which I hope to introduce all of you. Okay, so there are slightly different questions. Okay, but this question type is you just, do an indirect comparison. Okay, if the passage says, I am fatter than you, the answer would be, you are skinnier than James. Okay, all right. Okay, so that's the answer. So this tells us they were not as scared of deer and reindeer, and they did not want the meat and skins of deer and reindeer as much as these large animals. Okay, so let's choose the right answer. A, hunters did not fear deer and reindeer as much as they did large game animals. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so it doesn't cover both, but it certainly covers the second part that I talked about. So it's still the right answer. It's not incorrect or wrong answer, but let's cover other answer choices just to be sure. Hunters were not interested in hunting deer and reindeer, yeah, because of their size, yeah, maybe, and speed. This is wrong. Okay, it has nothing to do with it. Yeah, maybe size, because you can infer. It says they wanted larger and heavier, meatier, large animal with more meat, but there's no mentioning that they preferred large animals because of their speed. They preferred large animals for their meat and skins because of their size. C, hunters preferred the meat and hides of deer and reindeer to those of other animals. Exactly opposite. Okay, they wanted the meat and hides of large animals than deer and reindeer. They did not want deer and reindeer's meat more than the large animals. No, that's not true. D, hunters avoided deer and reindeer because of their natural weapons. Is just going absurd. Okay, exactly opposite. This, because of their natural weapons, was mentioned in the passage as we read together when it was talking about these larger animals as one of the reasons why they fear them. Okay, so certainly hunters did not avoid deer and reindeer because of deer and reindeer's natural weapon. Absolutely not. Okay, yeah, so very clear inference question, but not very hard, very simple. Okay, question 7, the answer is A. Next question, please. All right, question 8. Here we go. According to paragraph 5, which of the following has been used as evidence to suggest that, what is a suggestion? Upper Paleolithic people were capable of complex thought and conscious awareness of their environment. Okay, so this looks like a factual question. We're getting 2 or 3, I think, okay, in this set. So according to paragraph 5, there is some evidence we need to find, the fact we need to find that can be suggested that, what is the idea? Upper Paleolithic people were capable of complex thought and conscious awareness of their environment. Okay, there's something that help us to say, because of this reason, yeah, they were complex thinker, Upper Paleolithic people, and they were aware of their environment, okay, consciously. So let's find that out. What is that can tell us that they were capable of complex thought? Here we go. Paragraph 5. Upper Paleolithic art was not confined to cave paintings, okay? So the Upper Paleolithic art was not only cave paintings, there were other forms of art other than cave paintings. Many shafts of spears and similar objects were decorated with figures of animals. Okay, so they were like decorations of objects, right? Or spears, they were decorations, maybe engravings. Okay, so decoration as art, not just painting. Okay. The anthropologist Alexander Marshak has an interesting interpretation of some of the engravings. Okay, so engravings were, other form of art other than painting, and it was engraving of the objects. Okay, sorry. Let me read this from here again. I interrupted myself. My apologies. The anthropologist Alexander Marshak has an interesting interpretation of some of the engravings made during the Upper Paleolithic. Okay, tell us what is your interesting interpretation of these engravings? He believes that as far back as 30,000 BC, okay, so long time ago, what did he find? Hunters may have used the system of notation. Wow. So that long ago? Really? So Upper Paleolithic people used some kind of notation system. Okay. Notation system, engraved. So engraving was like some kind of a note taking system or some kind of a writing, if I can call that. Okay. So system of notation engraved on bone and stone to do what? To mark the phase of the moon. Wow, that's pretty advanced. That's pretty intense. Like, can you imagine 30,000 BC? More than 30,000 years ago, like no internet, no nothing, right? But they this means they somehow knew the phases of the moon. They knew different phases of the moon, right? That come to the full moon and half moon and so forth. They need a phase. They knew the phases, right? Because they knew the phases, they engraved this in system of notation to bones and stone. Wow, that's pretty smart, right? If this is true, it would mean that Upper Paleolithic people were capable of complex thought. There you go. Boom. And were consciously aware of this environment, their environment. Okay, so this is the cause, reason, and this is effect and or result. Right, so the cause is, okay, if it's true that Upper Paleolithic people engraved system of notation to show phases of the moon, then it means Upper Paleolithic people were capable of complex thought and were consciously aware of their environment. Okay, this is the proof. This is a reason. It shows that. Okay, so this is the answer, and it will be slightly paraphrased. Okay, because this is the question, right? Okay, A. They engraved animal figures on the shaft of spears and other objects. So we need system of notation. More importantly, we need to show phases of the moon. Okay, but none of these keywords are in answer choice A. B, they may have used engraved signs. Okay, signs as a notation, engraving, to record, show the phases of the moon. Voila. Perfect paraphrasing of this part. Okay. C, the figurine represent the human female in an exaggerated form. Doesn't answer the question. Off topic. D, they may have used the figurines to portray ideal type. Off topic. Not answering the question at all. Okay, like some of you might feel, hey, James, C and D appears this part of the passage. Why don't you work that out and show us? Yeah, I could, but I don't want to waste your time at this point, because whether C and D are included in this part of the paragraph or not, C and D are just not answering the question. Okay, all right, okay, so it's off topic. I'm not saying it's like bad sentence or meaning of the answer choices are bad, but it's just that it's not answering the question. So the question might be how long it took you to get an ice cream, okay, right now, okay, from the store right next to your house. The answer should be, 5 minutes, right? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 minutes. You cannot say, oh, I got a donut from 15 minutes ago. Okay, like not answering the question. Okay, so because I hope you had a chance to do all the questions by yourself, like doing the test, I decide not to cover this part because, I want to save your time. And C and D, in every way you look at it, is just not answering the question at all. Only answer is, as you can see here, they use the engraving through system of notation that marked phases of the moon. This is the answer. So B is the right answer. Question A, the answer is B. Next question, please. Okay, question 9, second last question. All right. Okay, we're approaching the end. Okay, here we go. Question 9. Insertion question. Insert a text question. Look at the 4 squares that indicate where the following sentences could be added to the passage. So this is the passage. Okay. And there are 4 available boxes that this sentence could fit and make sense, right? So the answer should be this sentence in red should fit into this box, this box, this box, this box. First, second, third, fourth. Okay. So let's read the given sentence first, this red sentence. Therefore, wow, huge transition. Therefore, okay, huge hint. So same as so, okay. Therefore, if the paintings were connected with hunting, okay, some other explanation is needed. Okay. All right. So therefore is huge hint. Why? Because we know it's cause and effect transition. So one sentence immediately before this sentence, there must be a cause or reason. Same thing. Okay. For us to say therefore. Okay. And the contents is, if the painting were connected with hunting, some other explanation is needed. So one sentence before this sentence should give us some sentence, and the meaning of the sentence, the contents, should be about why this is not enough evidence to claim that the paintings were connected with hunting. We need some, that kind of a sentence, one sentence before we put this sentence in. So after that sentence, we can say, so, because of the previous sentence, so if paintings were connected with hunting, some other explanation is needed. This is not enough. Okay. So it's cause and effect, right? All right. So let's read the passage. We are moving back to paragraph 3, the second part of the paragraph 3. Another explanation for the focus on animals might be that these people thought to improve their luck at hunting. Okay. So maybe their reason is to improve their luck at hunting that they drew animals, right? So we know the first box is impossible. Like, first box cannot be the answer, because to put in here, this first sentence I read should be about why this reason or evidence is not enough, not sufficient enough, not substantial enough to claim that this is the reason why they drew animals, right? But first sentence main idea is another explanation for the focus of animals might be that it was to improve their luck at hunting. So cannot be the first box. Okay. This theory is suggested by evidence of chips in the painted figures, perhaps made by spears thrown at the drawing. So again, second box is impossible, because this sentence previous to second box must say something negative or not enough or insufficient to claim this is the reason. Okay. But this sentence here is a clear reason that supports this claim of they drew animals maybe to improve their luck at hunting. Okay, for example, you could see the chips in the painted figures, perhaps made by spears thrown at the drawing. So, see, this is evidence. Okay, so they did it to improve their luck at hunting, right? So second box cannot be. Wow, I like this already, but so it's huge hint because this sentence would be against the previous sentence. It would be a contrast. It would go to a different or opposite direction or even disagree to the previous sentence. And previous two sentences are supporting, the painting was to improve their luck at hunting, but it has but, so probably it's going to talk about maybe it's not true or it's not enough or it may not be true. Okay, so let's read through, but it looks very promising, okay, because of but. But if improving their hunting luck was a chief motivation for the paintings, meaning it's not, right? If it was, it is difficult to explain why only a few. Let me highlight this so you can see it clearly. There, I highlighted. Okay, but if improving their hunting luck was the chief motivation for the paintings, it is difficult to explain why only a few show signs of having been speared. So let's comprehend this perfectly. Okay, what is this saying, right? If improving their hunting luck was chief motivation, then there should be not only a few signs of having been speared, there should be many signs, tons of signs, lots of signs, okay? Lots of signs of this picture being speared. It should be, but it's not. It is not. It's opposite. Only a few show signs of the painting having been speared. So that's not enough information. That's not enough evidence. This evidence is not convincing enough. It's not complete enough. So we can just stick it right here. Okay? All right? Because of this reason, because they only show a few signs of this evidence. So therefore, if paintings were connected with hunting, then we need more explanation, more evidence, better evidence. Perfect. So answer should be third box, right? Third box or C. Okay. All right. In real test, you click the mouse here and drag it to the third box. That's what you do. Okay. All right. So this is perfect and complete, but let's just quickly double check that fourth box does not make sense whatsoever. Perhaps the paintings were inspired by the need to increase the supply of our animal. We're talking about different subject. We move on. It's almost like next paragraph, isn't it? Right? Not just next sentence. Move on to different topic. So kind of the bus you're waiting is gone. Okay, is leaving and you cannot catch it. So fourth box cannot be the answer, but perhaps the painting were inspired by need to increase the supply of animals. So it's talking about different topic altogether. So this highlighted sentence cannot fit in after this sentence. Okay, but let's read one more sentence. Cave art seemed to have reached the peak towards the end of Upper Paleolithic period when it's talking about different topic. It cannot fit in here. Okay, right? It can only fit in here because this sentence, this one sentence previous to the third box is talking about the reason why there is not sufficient enough explanation, reason, evidence to claim paintings were primarily connected with hunting. Okay, yeah. So third box is the right answer. C is the answer. Question 9, third or C. Next question. The last question, please. Okay, guys, question 10. Let's finish this. Last question, of course. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below. Okay. Complete the summary by selecting 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas in the passage. So 3 answer choices that express the most important ideas are the right answers. We need to choose 3 right answers. Some sentences do not belong in the summary. Why? Because they express ideas that are not presented. Of course, if it's not in the passage, then it's a wrong answer, wrong content, right? So they will be wrong. Or are minor idea in the passage. So it has to be major idea, main idea, important idea in the passage. Even the details are true. If it's minor detail, it's not going to be the answer. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Upper Paleolithic cave painting in Western Europe are among humanity's earliest artistic effort. Okay. Let's look at A. Researchers have proposed several different explanations for the fact that, okay, so they propose what? Different explanation, different theories, different reasons. For what? For the fact that animals were the most common subject in the cave paintings. Okay. So this is paragraph 3, if you remember. Or if you care to go back to previous questions or rewind this video a little bit if you want to the paragraph 3. So paragraph 3 gives us different explanation, different theories, different reasons why perhaps Paleolithic people drew animals, okay, as a subject of their painting. And paragraph 3 proposed, first reason was, they believed if they drew humans, it may bring death and injury. So that was first reason, right? And what was the second reason? Second reason, improve their luck at hunting. And the third explanation was because they were in need to increase the supply of the animal, right? Okay. So yeah, paragraph 3 has this information to explain. Okay. What were some explanations, different explanation, why animals were subject of the cave painting? So A is definitely the right answer and comes from paragraph 3. Okay, B. The art of cultural period that followed the Upper Paleolithic ceased to portray large game animal. It's a bit misleading. It said not they see, yeah, like large game animal ceased to exist. Okay, so I think B is wrong already. And focused instead on the kinds of animal that people of that period prefer to hunt. Cool. So A, bit iffy. I mean, the beginning part, second part is definitely not mentioned. Okay, to help us. Okay, so it doesn't say anywhere in the passage that now that these large game animals like a mammoth became extinct, they start drawing reindeers because they like those. It's something, not mentioned at all. Okay, so this part is not mentioned at all. So B is wrong. Okay, C. Some researchers believe that the paintings found in France provide more explicit evidence of their symbolic significance than, wow, it's going a bit overboard, I think. So in paragraph 4, it says something like more symbolic significance was explicitly shown in France or southern France, something like that. but it doesn't compare directly with, to, against, than those found in Spain, Southern Africa, and Australia. It says something like, you know, like more explicit, generally explicit, direct, symbolic significance was shown, but I don't remember it clearly comparing that this evidence in France was more explicit than Spain, Southern Africa, and Australia exactly. It's just not mentioned. Okay. So this is from paragraph 4. D. The cave paintings focus on portraying animal without also depicting the natural environment in which these animals are typically found. I think I'm going to keep this, but I know this is wrong because it looks wrong, even if it's not. It's a very minor detail because the cave painting focus on portraying animals, yeah, without depicting the natural environment is true. It's a beginning of the paragraph 3 in which these animals are typically found, right? It's kind of true that they didn't have any background at all. They just drew the animals, but it's very minor. If not, it's slightly wrong. And also look at A. We have perfect main idea, very expansive, not expensive, expansive, like general and wide, right? Important ideas, important detail, main idea of paragraph 3. So, you know, whether D is slightly wrong, even if it's a right information, this is like a super detail. So, you know, D cannot be the answer. Okay. And also it comes from paragraph 3. So main idea is here. Okay. Okay, E. Some researchers, so E and F both better be the answer. E. Some researchers have argued that the cave paintings mostly portray large animals that provided Upper Paleolithic people with meat and material. Yeah, one of the main idea of paragraph 4, isn't it? Right? Remember paragraph 4? It talked about they wanted to hunt mammoth, bovine, and what else was it? Okay, they wanted to catch these large animals, right? Because first of all, they wanted their meat and skins, hides, right? For example, they need mammoth, so they get, you know, lots of meat, okay, because it's a very large animal. So that's one of the main ideas in paragraph 4. Okay. And also another reason why they portrayed large animals mostly was because they fear them. You know, they need to hunt them. They want the animal for their meat and skins. So they drew them, but also they drew them because they were quite scary because of their size and speed, natural weapons, and unpredictability, right? So E is definitely one of the main ideas, very important point. Okay. So E is the right choice. F, besides cave paintings, Upper Paleolithic people produced several other kind of artwork. So this is a paragraph 5, isn't it? Right? So paragraph 5 talks about how they produce engravings with a system of notation to mark, show. They understand the phases of the moon, which which is a proof that they were complex thinker and they were consciously aware of the environment. Do you remember? So that's paragraph 5, right? So F, besides cave painting, Upper Paleolithic people produce several other kinds of artwork, one of which has been thought to provide evidence of complex thought. Perfect. And the type of artwork was engravings to show they understand the phase of the moon, as I said. Okay, so that's paragraph 5. So let's okay, summarize here. Answer is A, E, F. Okay, so if you chose A, E, F, you got question 1, right? Okay, and A comes from paragraph 3. Okay, E comes from paragraph 4, and F comes from paragraph 5. Okay, so the answers are A, E, F. Question 10, A, E, F. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope and I'm sure that this has benefited you. Okay, this video helped you to improve your TOEFL skills, I hope. And yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll continue and I'll come back with the next video. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL Show. This is episode 11, and I have another set of TOEFL reading practice tests for you to try. So I'm going to call it TOEFL Reading Practice Test 2. So it's one full passage with 10 questions in it, just like episode 9. And as I said, if you just looking to get all the questions right in your own time, then feel free to pause the video or fast forward or rewind whenever you want. Or if you want the real TOEFL reading test experience, then just run the video. Then I have given you the time limit for each and every question. So see whether you can actually solve all the questions within the time limit. So the reading test will start now. Hello, everyone. This is James Song here. Welcome back to the TOEFL show. This is episode 12, and I'm giving you another full lecture of answer and explanation of the TOEFL reading practice test. And this is the answer and explanation of TOEFL practice test 2 that I gave you in episode 11. So I hope you enjoy it. And just like episode 10, this full lecture will also be very detailed and giving you all the answers and explanations of each and every question from question 1 to question 10. So let's get started. Okay, welcome everyone to this video. Let's start with the question number 1. Question number 1, according to paragraph 1, which of the following is true about petroleum formation? So it's a nice and simple factual question. So we just need to find correct information about petroleum formation in paragraph 1 here. So let's read the passage. Petroleum resources is the title, paragraph 1. Petroleum, consisting of crude oil and natural gas, seems to originate from organic matter in marine sediment. Okay, first sentence. Petroleum consists of crude oil and natural gas, two things. Seems to originate, so it starts the formation of petroleum. It is made from the very, very first point, originate from organic matter, organic thing in marine sediment. So accumulation under the sea. Okay. Next sentence. Microscopic organism. So this is referring to the organic matter. Okay. All right. So organic matter or microscopic organism, whatever you want to call it, settle to the seafloor. Okay, so it becomes marine sediment and accumulate in marine mud. Got it. The organic matter, so organic matter, microscopic organisms, whatever. So this may partially decompose. Okay, so it may partly get rotten. Okay, decompose, decay, using up the dissolved oxygen in the sediment, because you need oxygen to be rotten. For something to decompose, you need oxygen. So part of organic matter do get decayed, decompose by using up some oxygen in the sediment. As soon as the oxygen is gone, so after part of organic matter gets decayed, it seems all the oxygen in the sediments are gone. Okay, it's all used up. There are no more oxygen. Then decay stops, obviously, because you need oxygen to be decayed. If there's no oxygen, it cannot be decayed. And the remaining organic matter is preserved, so they don't decompose anymore. It stays still. It gets protected in its original form, preserved, right? So this is a very start of the formation of petroleum process. Okay, so petroleum is made. It all starts from this organic matter in marine sediment, and these organisms accumulate in marine mud, and some of it get decomposed, but when oxygens are all gone, then it gets preserved. Okay, so that's a starting process, starting formation, starting process of petroleum. Okay, yeah. All right, so question 1A, microscopic organism that live in mud produce crude oil and natural gas. It's gone too far, right? This is not mentioned. I mean, all the information we have is only, it all starts from the sediment, and it gets accumulated. Some of get decayed, but some of that gets preserved after there is no oxygen. That's it. There's no mentioning of this microorganism live in mud, produce crude oil and natural gas. We don't know. We don't know yet. Okay. Like, we don't know how this happens at all. It's just a very starting point. B, large amounts of oxygen are needed for petroleum formation to begin. This is definitely wrong. It's opposite. Because if we believe, I mean, I hope there will be more information in the next paragraph. If the preserved organic matter is like a starting point to form petroleum, then it has to start without any oxygen. When all the oxygens are gone, then this process starts by this organic matter, microscopic organisms, being preserved in its original form. But B says large amount of oxygens are needed, so it's opposite, for petroleum formation to begin. So this is opposite from what we're looking for. Okay, because just to emphasize one more time, if there are lots of oxygen, then all the sediments, organic matter, microscopic organism will be all decayed, decomposed, rotten, and disappear. So there will be no starting point of petroleum at all. Okay. C, petroleum is produced when organic material in sediment, okay, combines with decaying marine, it just doesn't make sense. Okay, so C is saying petroleum is produced when organic material in sediment combines, so one thing gets mixed with another thing, right? Right? So when organic material in sediment, one thing, combines, get mixed with decaying marine organism, makes no sense, right? So all paragraph 1 is saying is that organic material in sediment or marine organisms, it's all same thing. It's just one thing. And when it gets accumulated initially, at the start, in the beginning, some of this one thing gets decomposed, decayed, gets rotten, and the rest that were not decayed after they used up all the oxygen through the process of decomposing, after that, this one thing gets preserved. Okay, so C is totally wrong because it's saying like one thing gets mixed with another thing to create petroleum, which is not mentioned at all here. Okay, which is not mentioned. Okay, so D must be the answer. Good start, but let's double check, of course. Petroleum formation appears to begin. Okay, so it all starts, originate, when? In marine sediment where organic matter is present. Yeah, so the very first point, petroleum, formation of petroleum starts with organic matter in marine sediment. It's right here. It's just the first sentence. So petroleum consisting of oil, crude oil, and natural gas. Okay, so petroleum seems to originate from here. Appears to begin, paraphrasing, originate from organic matter in marine sediment. It's just the answer. Okay, appears to begin, originate in marine sediment where organic matter is present is the paraphrasing of from organic matter in marine sediment. Exactly the same sentence, right? So this was the answer. And this is a paraphrase of this sentence exactly. Okay, exactly same meaning. All right, so first question, factual question. Once again, the answer will be explicitly, directly given, but it may be paraphrased. So, we just need to be careful for that. But, it's just straight up reading comprehension. right? D means exactly the same as this part in the passage. So question 1, D is the answer. Next question, please. Okay, question 2. Which of the sentences below best expresses the essential information in the highlighted sentence in the passage? So this is called sentence simplification question, as you know. I'm writing it. Okay. So there's a given sentence highlighted, and the correct answer will have the only essential information from this sentence. Let's read on. Incorrect choices change the meaning in important ways or leave out essential information. So wrong answer will have different meaning from the sentence, and or leave out essential information, which means it's a big part of this question type. So this sentence may have two parts in it, in one sentence. And one of the answer choice may have one part, but not the second part. Then it will be the wrong answer because it left out some essential information from the sentence, okay? So let's read this highlighted sentence. Continuous segmentation. Okay, so it's being accumulated continuously. Okay, so segmentation process being continued. It means the process of deposit settling on the sea bottom. Yeah, okay, so sedimentation means something's being segmented from the sea bottom. So continuous segmentation must mean that continued process of sedimentation. Okay, so this sedimentation being accumulated, getting built up. So continued sedimentation is the subject here. Varies the organic matter. Okay, so it gets built up. And subject makes it to higher temperature and pressures. So this is the first part. Okay, so as I taught you, as I told you in the previous video when I was covering this question type, sentence simplification, the best way to solve this question is to write your own notes here, okay? All right, or a piece of paper so that you know exactly what this highlighted sentence means, and also you have the 2 or 3 parts comprehended so that you can choose the right answer. Okay, all right, so the first part is continued sedimentation varies the organic matter and subjected. So because it's organic matter being accumulated, that's what continuous sedimentation means, okay? Subjects it, so it makes it higher temperature and pressure. Okay, so continuous sedimentation makes the sedimentation higher temperature and pressure because it's getting built up. The second part, which converts the organic matter to oil and gas. Okay, bam. So this converts from organic matter to oil and gas. Okay, so this is a formation of petroleum. Okay, so due to this continued sedimentation that increased the temperature and pressure of the sedimentation as it gets built up, so this makes the this process makes the organic matter into petroleum. Okay, so these are 2 parts. All right, let's solve this question. Answer choice A. Higher temperature and pressures promote sedimentation. This is opposite. Sedimentation promotes higher temperature and pressure of sediments, right? Okay, so this is the cause. This is effects, not the other way around. It's opposite. So it's saying higher temperature and pressure promotes cause sedimentation. No, sedimentation makes it subjected to higher temperature and pressure. Got it, right? Cool. So this is completely wrong. And it's wrong in other areas as well, as you can see. Okay, it doesn't cover these two parts perfectly. B, deposits of sediment on top of organic matter. It's a bit iffy. I think it's wrong already. Because like deposit of sediments is organic matter. So organic matter is being deposited as a sediment. It's a one thing. Okay, but you know, let's assume we didn't pick that out. Okay, so it's being accumulated. Increase the temperature of and pressure on the matter, organic matter. This is true. Okay, so this part is okay. What's the problem here? Yeah, it leaves out essential information. It leaves out the second part completely. Okay, so B doesn't have the part saying that it makes so increased temperature and pressure of the organic matter makes the matter into oil and gas. We need that. We need this part. Okay, we need both parts. Okay, and second part is completely missing here. C, increased pressure and heat from the weight of the sediment. Okay, so due to continuation of sediments, accumulation, turn the organic remain into petroleum. Yeah, I like it. It has both parts. So increased pressure and heat. So this part covered from the weight of the sediment as continued sedimentation. It's paraphrased this way, okay? Because sedimentation continues, then obviously weight of sediments will become increased, right? Because like just sedimentation, but it's being continued, okay? All right? It gets built up, right? Gets larger, right? It gets accumulated. So first part is covered. First part is covered this way. Turn the organic remains, organic matter, as a sedimentation to oil and gas. What's oil and gas? Petroleum. The first paragraph is said petroleum consists of natural gas and oil, right? Okay, so this is actually a paraphrasing of oil and gas, petroleum, if you look at paragraph 1. So this part covers, converts, turns, paraphrased, organic matter to oil and gas, which is petroleum. Yeah, I like C a lot. D, the remains of microscopic organisms transform into petroleum once they are buried under mud. What's wrong here? Okay, what's missing? As the temperature and pressure rises through continued sedimentation. That's missing. So opposite to B, but it's still wrong because D may have the second part, but it does not cover the first part of the sentence. So D is wrong as well. Okay. So question 2, the answer is C. Next question, please. Okay, question 3, let's go. Which of the following can be inferred? Inference question. So there will be a hint or indirect hint. It may not be explicit. They're not going to give you the detail of the answer word for word, but certainly they are going to give you enough hint or clear evidence to make sure one of these answer choices must be the answer. Okay, so that's inference question. So question is, which of the following can be inferred from paragraph 3 about gushers? Okay, what can we infer about gusher? Right, let's read on. Paragraph 3, oil pools are valuable underground accumulation of oil. Okay, so oil pool of oil. Yeah, I bet it's valuable. Okay. And oil fields are region underlain, past participle of underlie. Okay, so oil fields are region underlain by one or more oil pools. Okay, so self-explanatory. Oil pools are pools of oil, and oil fields are several oil pools put together. When an oil pool or field has been discovered, what do you need to do? What did you do? Wells are drilled into the ground. You drill into it and get the oil out. Take the money. Permanent towers called derricks used to be built to handle the long sections of drilling pipe. Okay. So when they found, when they used to find, when they found in the past oil pool or oil field, they built permanent towers to drill it. Okay. Now, portable drilling machines. So it's no longer permanent. Okay. Portable is antonym to permanent. Okay. So portable drilling machine are set up to drill, get the oil, and then dismantled, broken apart. Okay. Be destroyed and removed. Yeah. Minor information. So used to be permanent towers to drill the oil pools in the past, but now they do use the portable machines. When the well reaches the pool, okay, so you drill the well under the ground, and when it reaches the oil pool, jackpot, oil usually rise up the well. Good. So you drill in, and oil usually rise up to the hole because why? Because of its density difference with water beneath it. Okay. So first reason, okay. So important detail. So when the well reaches the pool, oil rise up. First reason, because its density difference with water beneath it. Okay. Because oil is lighter in density. When you drill a hole, oil is on the top of the water, right? So it used to be covered, but when you drill in a hole or well, the oil kind of pops out. Okay. Second reason, or because the pressure of expanding gas trapped above it. Okay, so it's trapped. Lid is covered on the top. Okay, so there's gas. Gas is lighter than liquid, of course. So gas is kind of on the top layer, pushing against the ground, let's say, and you drill a hole, you drill a well, then the second reason why oil kind of sprays above is because when you put a hole, when you drill a well, then the gas would come out, whether you see it or not, right? Because it's on the top layer. Okay. Because the gas kind of moves, and then oil, the liquid with the gas kind of sprays above. Voila, jackpot. Okay, so two details we want to know. Process, what happens when you drill a well in oil pool. Although, so contrast transition, let's pay attention. Must be something important or opposite is coming. Although this rise of oil is almost always carefully controlled today. Okay, so they don't let the oil just spray everywhere like you see in the movies or maybe documentary. Okay, all right. So it's well controlled, but because it's although, after comma. Although it's usually, okay, almost always well controlled, sometimes it's not well controlled, or it's not well controlled in the past, I guess, right? Spouts of oil, that's what I mean, like a, huge spray of oil, okay, from underground. Or gusher, okay. So spouts of oil is called gushers, okay? Were common in the past, okay? So we already know the answer to the question, okay? So answer will probably be gusher were common in the past, and it's inference question, not factual question. So answer would be something like gusher is no longer common in today, no longer common today. See, so you can become a master of this question type as you practice and learn, okay, with me. Right, next sentence. Gas pressure gradually dies out, okay? So, when you put a well, initially gas pressure would be really high, but, gas would get relieved through the well. So gradually after a while, it gets decreased and oil is pumped from the well. So, oil will not kind of spray above. So you have to pump the oil out, okay, from the well. Water or steam may be pumped down adjacent wells, not walls, wells. I'm sorry, wells, well. If I pronounce like kind of wall, I apologize. Okay, it's just an honest mistake. Adjacent wells to help push the oil out. Okay. At a refinery, they would refine it, wouldn't it? Okay, like a gasoline and blah blah blah, right? At a refinery, the crude oil from underground is separated into different types of crude oil: natural gas, gasoline, kerosene, and different types of oils. Okay, petrochemicals such as dyes, fertilizer, and plastics are also manufactured from the petroleum. All right, so we just need to solve this question 3 first and foremost. So what can we infer about gusher? There was only one spot they mention about the gusher, and gusher is spout of oil. It used to be common in the past. If we infer, it means it's no longer common, because nowadays gusher is almost always carefully controlled today. So this is the evidence for our answer. So let's choose the right answer choice. A, they may bring the oil to the surface easier. Nope, nothing to do with being easier or harder. B, they signal the presence of huge oil reserve. See, there. Okay, maybe in reality, but it's not mentioned in the passage this way. Okay. All right. They waste more oil than they collect, because gosh, oil gets sprayed everywhere. They waste all this oil. Not mentioned. D, they are unlikely to occur nowadays. Today. Not likely to occur today. This is the evidence of D. Has to be the answer. Okay. So it's not a real subjective inference like in our real life. Okay. It's a test situation. It's objective test. So one has to be the answer from specific evidence or information provided. Okay. So don't get tricked over by word infer. Okay. You're not like subjectively inferring. No, you're looking for specific information, evidence that the test will give you, right? So this was the information, and this is the answer. So question 3, inference question, the answer is D. Next question, please. Okay, question 4. Which of the following strategies for oil exploration is described in paragraph 4? Okay, so which one? So factual question. What types of oil exploration was described in this paragraph? Let's read on. Paragraph 4. As oil becomes increasingly difficult to find, okay, the search for it is extended into more hostile environment. Okay, so hostile, less friendly, harsher, harder, difficult. Okay, so we want to find more oil. So as oil becomes increasingly difficult to find in more comfortable, easier place, they are going to more difficult places to find oil because they cannot find anymore. The development of oil field on the north slope of Alaska and the construction of Alaska pipeline are example of the great expense and difficulty involved in new oil discovery. So these two sentences like work together. Okay, so first sentence made a statement that as oil is harder to find these days, right? They go to other less friendly area to get oil. An example of this place is north slope of Alaska in order to try to get oil, okay? And construction of Alaska pipeline are examples of this, right? Going to hostile environment. Plus, it shows because it's a hostile environment, it costs a lot of money to try to do this, try to get oil from here, work the pipeline, build a pipeline. Okay, it costs a lot of money. It says great expense and difficulty. Okay, it's more difficult to do to other places. Okay, continuing. Offshore drilling platforms. So this would be another example. Or no slope of Alaska could be offshore platform. Okay, although it's not explicit. Okay, but anyway, it says offshore drilling platform. So what's offshore? In the ocean. Okay, all right, or little bit or far away from the shore. Okay, so the ocean under the water, water that is away from the shore. Okay, all right, that's offshore. So under the sea, right? Okay, drilling platform, or not far away from the shore. It depends. Okay, all right. Some offshore will be very, 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 very far away from the shore. Some offshore platform may be a little bit far away from the shore. Okay. Anyway, under the ocean. Offshore drilling platform extends the search for oil to ocean's continental shelves, those gently sloping submarine region at the edges of the continent. Yeah, as I said. Okay, so offshore, in the water, not in the middle of the land, edge of the continent, or a little bit or far away from the shore. Okay, so this is another example that they are going to hostile places to get oil because they cannot find oil in the middle of the land, or humans may have extracted already. They got all of them out and they need more, so they're going to the ocean. Okay, more than 1/4 of the world's oil and almost 1/5, so 25% and almost 1/5, 20% of world natural gas come from offshore. Okay, so quite a lot, right? Not majority, but 25% of oil and 20% natural gas comes from offshore. What does that mean in reverse comprehension that I call it, indirect comprehension, inference question type? What does that mean? 75% of the oil comes from under the land, through the math, 100 minus 25. And 80% of natural gas comes from comes from the land, I guess. Okay. Anyway, even though offshore drilling is 6 to 7 times more expensive, so it's hostile. It's trying to explain offshore drilling to get oil is more hostile. Okay. It's harder because it costs more money than drilling on land. So land is preferable, easier, less hostile. Significant part of this oil and gas comes from under the North Sea between Great Britain and Norway. Okay, good to know. All right, which of the following strategies of oil exploration is described? Let's find out. One is explained here. Drilling under the ocean surface. Yeah, offshore. Under the water. Yeah, I think so. Limiting drilling to accessible location. Not mentioned. I mean, it could be true or not. I don't know, but it's not mentioned in the passage paragraph that we just read. Using highly sophisticated drilling equipment. See, it's a test. It's a comprehension test. It's a factual question, right? So this could be true in reality, but it's not mentioned in the paragraph at all. So don't let your imagination run wild. Okay, just find the answer from the passage. Constructing technologically are the same thing, right? Okay, so don't this is not an imagination test. Okay, so all three of this not mentioned at all. Okay, only thing was mentioned was A, because this is referring to what? Offshore drilling. Okay, under the ocean's surface. Factual question. Question 4, the answer is A. Next question, please. Question 5. What does the development of Alaskan oil field mentioned in paragraph demonstrate? What does this show? Okay. So before we read the answer choices, we can say it's an example, one of the examples of hostile environment to get oil. And we remember reading this paragraph for last question that specifically it costed a lot more and it was more difficult to get oil in this north slope of Alaska. Okay, all right, to get oil. So that's why it was more hostile environment. Okay, so question 5. What does development of Alaskan oil field mentioned in paragraph 4 demonstrates? Let's choose the right answer. A, more oil is extracted from the sea than the land. This certainly doesn't tell us that. Okay, all right. And this is not true either, because below here, it says 1/4 of the world oil comes from offshore, means it's not even half. It's less than half. So either way, A is wrong. B, drilling for oil requires major financial investment. Yeah, good paraphrasing. Right? What does that mean? Money requires more money. Okay, so drilling in Alaskan oil field, as shown in here, okay, requires major financial investment. What's the paraphrasing of major financial investment? Great expense. Ching ching. It requires more money. So B looks good. Okay. C, the global demand for oil has increased over the years. You look at the paper, or if you're really smart, you may know, but this is not an imagination. This is not a background knowledge test. It's an English test. So this part is certainly not mentioned at all. D, the nose slope of Alaska has substantial amount. Let's see. Okay. Could be. All right. But doesn't tell us. I don't know exactly. Okay. Not mentioned, guys. Come on. Simple comprehension. All right. This is mentioned. Language test, reading test, comprehension test. Question 5, the answer is B. Next question, please. Okay, moving on to question 6. Paragraph 5, quite short. Nice. So let's solve this question. Question 6. According to paragraph 5, the decision to drill for oil depends on all of the following factors. Okay, so it's negative factual. So just a quick reminder, it's exactly the same as the factual question, except you're looking for wrong information as the answer. Okay. So if that makes sense. Okay. So there will be some information here and 3 answer choices will come from the paragraph that they are the factors, okay, that decision to drill oil depends, right? Okay. But they are the wrong answers because the question asks you except. So we want one answer choice that is not right, which becomes the correct answer. Okay. So decision to drill for oil depends on 3 factors. Let's find it. Paragraph 5. Of course, there's far more oil underground than can be recovered. So still, there are oil underground that we can pump it out. It may be in a pool too small or too far from the potential market. Okay, so there's 2 points here. They're separate. First point is, but although there is oil underground that we can recover, problem is the quantity is too small for us to invest all this money to pump it out, or too far from potential market. Interesting. Okay. So whatever the market is too far away that we can sell it. So, transportation cost, or it doesn't say here, but, if it's too far away where we can sell it, then, that becomes a problem. Okay. To justify expense of drilling, right? So if it's too far away from the market or the quantity is too small, then we cannot justify how much cost that we have to invest. Okay, it's just too much money to spend to get too little amount of oil, or it's too much money to spend because, it's too far away to sell it. There's 2 points, important details, I think. Next. Some oil lies on the region where drilling is forbidden. So maybe by the law, culture, whatever, right? It's not allowed, right? So there's oil there. We know it. Oil there on the ground, but, it's not allowed. Usually by the law, wouldn't it, right? Forbidden, such as national park and other public lands, right? Against the law. So we already have 2 or 3 factors, okay? If the quantity is too small on the ground, the oil, then we are not going to drill it. If it's too far from the market, we're not going to drill it. If it's forbidden, you cannot do it, then we cannot drill it, obviously. So that's 3rd condition. Even given the best extraction techniques, only 30 to 40% of the oil in a given pool can be brought to the surface. Oh, that's interesting. So when you drill the oil pool, even you use the best technique, the outcome, like quantity you can get, is about 30 to 40% of the oil available there, let's say on the ground. Okay. The rest is too difficult to extract. Okay. So 60 to 70% is too difficult to extract and has to remain on the ground. Okay. I see. I didn't know that. Okay. So still there is like 60 to 70%, but maybe it's too deep, or I don't know, it's just too hard and costs too much money. So that even those oil pool that we recover, we extract oil from, we're only getting 30 to 40%. Okay. So these are the three, I think. If the oil pool is too small, it's too far from the market, and if it's not allowed. Okay, let's look at the answer choices. A, permission to access the area where oil has been found. Yeah, so you need to have a permission. It's a factor to consider whether you drill or not. Is one of them is it has to be allowed. Okay, it cannot be forbidden. So you have to have a permission. If it's forbidden, you cannot. If it's not forbidden, then perhaps you can. Okay. So A is referring to this third factor here. Okay. You have to have a permission. Okay. It's a factor. It cannot be forbidden if you want to drill. B, availability of sufficient quantity of oil in a pool. Yeah, the first one. Paraphrased. Okay, it's a right information. So it's not the answer. C, the location of the market in relation to drilling site. Yeah, where the market is important is a consideration. If it's too far, not going to do it. It's very close. Yeah, you would do it. So decision to drill depends on how far the market is from the drilling site. The second factor. Okay. So from these three factors all covered, D must be the answer. Let's read it out. Political situation in the region where drilling would occur, not mentioned. Because the president does not want the, yeah, I don't know. Okay, all right. It's just not mentioned. Okay, so I'm not going to make up some contents to confuse you. So political situation is not mentioned in paragraph 5 for us to consider when we deciding whether to drill for oil or not. Okay, so that's the wrong information. Thus, it is the right answer for this question type, if that makes sense. Question 6, the answer is D. Question 7, the word foul in the passage is closest in meaning to. Okay, let's understand the context and see what foul means in this given context. Quite a long paragraph. Okay, so let's cover it. Moreover, getting petroleum out of the ground and from under the sea, so whether it's under the land or offshore, and to the consumer, okay, so getting the oil out plus getting the oil to consumer can create environmental problems anywhere along the line. Okay, so getting the oil out, whether it's under the land or offshore under the sea, and getting this petroleum to people. So these two processes could create environmental problem. Okay, so it's very much topic sentence. It's obvious. And the rest of the paragraph will give you the reasons or examples or details why and how these environmental problems occur when you get the oil out under the ground or from the sea, or when you're moving this petroleum to consumer, what kind of things happen so that it can create environmental problems. So let's find out. Pipelines carrying oil can be broken by fault or landslide. Oh, sounds awful. Okay, the pipeline that oil is running could be broken, then it will pollute the land or ocean, wouldn't it? Causing serious oil spills. Spillage from huge oil carrying cargo ships. Oof. You know, the huge ships, boats that is carrying oil, you know, that could spill oil under the sea. That would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Okay, so these ships called tankers involved in collision. Okay, so they hit each other or accidental groundings, such as the one off Alaska in 1989, can create oil slicks at sea. Yeah, that would be awful. So two examples given. Pipeline could be broken. And these tankers, cargo, these ships, okay, could leak oil because of the accidents. So that's second example. Offshore platform. So offshore place to extract the oil under the sea. Offshore platform may also lose oil, creating oil slicks that drift ashore and foul the beaches. Okay, so offshore platform may have some problems to leak oil, and this oil could drift to the beach, to the shore, and foul the beaches. Yeah, foul here means like pollute or damage, environmentally damage the beaches, wouldn't it? Right? If the oil from offshore platform gets leaked, and if they drift to the beach or shore, then what's going to happen to the beach? It's going to damage the beach, right? All these oils everywhere. Okay, so foul here would mean pollute or environmentally damage, right? Okay, harming the environment. So that's third example. Offshore platform leaking oil. Sounds horrible. Okay, sometimes maybe fourth example. The ground that on oil field may subside as oil is removed. Fourth example. Okay. The Wilmington field, so this is maybe an actual example of the ground at an oil field may subside as oil is removed. This Wilmington field is probably an actual example. Let's read on. Wilmington field near Long Beach, California has subsided 9 meters in 50 years. Protective barriers have had to be built to prevent seawater from flooding the area. Okay. Another example. 5. Very extensive paragraph. Finally, the refining and burning of petroleum and its products can cause air pollution. Of course, it does, right? Okay, so when you refine, when you burn petroleum, of course, we all know it pollutes the air. Okay. Advancing technology and strict laws, however, so maybe they can solve it or prevent it, are helping control. Yeah, they cannot prevent it. It happens, and it happened, right? But advancing technology and laws are helping control, okay, or try to control, I guess, some of this adverse, negative environmental effects, okay? So advancing technology to
purify, clarify, you know, make something more safer, okay? You know, and the laws, so you cannot do this, you cannot dump this, that kind of thing, can help control, so hopefully lessen the negative environmental effects, but you know, they cannot prevent it, right? So this paragraph has like, it's almost like a whole passage on its own, right? It has a clear topic sentence, almost like a thesis of the whole passage, right? Getting petroleum out of ground and from under the sea and to the consumer can create environmental problems. So that's like a topic sentence. And it provides 5 examples to support the main idea of this sentence. Probably will appear in the summary. Okay, cool. So foul here must be like environmental damage. Okay. Reach, no. Flood, no. Pollute, yeah. Okay, environmentally damage the beaches. Alter means change. Alternative, right? You know that word, right? Alternative. So really easy. C is the answer. Question 7, the answer is C. Next question, please. Question 8. In paragraph 6, the author's primary purpose is to, wow, this is a bit weird. It's a rhetorical purpose, but it's kind of a curveball because usually the question is based on highlighted sentence, isn't it? So, but it's not very often that they're asking the purpose of the whole paragraph. Okay, not highlighted sentence. But it's easy, like we read it. So before looking at the answer choices, if this was the short answer question, not multiple choice, then answer would be to state that getting petroleum out and moving them could create environmental problems, and they are providing examples to support that message. That would be the answer, wouldn't it? Right? So it's a big picture question. If you understood, it would be a real good question, easy question. If you didn't really completely understand the paragraph, then, you know, this could be quite difficult. Okay, so very big picture question. A, provide examples of how oil exploration can endanger the environment. Yeah, I think this is the answer. But let's double check. Describe accident that has occurred when oil activities were in progress. This is only one part. Not every single example is accident, right? Okay, so and also it doesn't have the main message. That is, it could be bad for the environment. Okay, B does not have that. Okay, C, give an analysis. It's not an analysis. Analysis is like you analyze something, right? It's just providing examples to support the main idea. So it's not an analysis, but let's read on anyway. Give an analysis of the effect of oil spills on the environment. You know, they tried, maybe confusing, but it's not analysis. It's just statement, which is oil exploration can endanger the environment, and they're providing example to support that. That's the purpose. That's the flow. Okay. Yeah. And also, oil spill is one part of the endangering the environment. Okay, so it's only talking about one part, not the whole paragraph. Okay, but anyway, as I told you, it's not an analysis at all. So C is wrong. D, explain how technology and registration help reduce oil spill. That is not the main purpose of the whole paragraph. It just covers this tiny sentence out of all of this paragraph, which has the main idea here and 5 examples, as I told you. Okay, so D focuses on just one sentence. It's not the purpose of the whole paragraph. So, it's a bit of a curveball. It's a rhetorical purpose. Nevertheless, it's a big picture question. Usually you would get the purpose question of one sentence usually, but keep that in mind. You rarely get this question type. Chances are it's very low you'll get this question type exactly, but it's just something new, so worthwhile studying and understanding and remembering that this is still rhetorical purpose question type. Okay, so question 8A. Next question, please. Okay, question 9, insertion. Let's go. Look at the 4 squares that indicate where the following sentences could be added to the passage. So we are inserting this sentence in one of the 4 boxes. Okay, right? So let's do it. Let's read the given sentence in red first. Unless something acts to halt this migration. So unless something stops or put an end to, unless something stopped this migration. So one sentence before this sentence, it must have some kind of migration happening. Okay, because it says, unless something acts to halt this migration, the migration that I already talked about in the previous sentence. Okay. So that's one hint. These natural resources. Okay, so we have another hint. One sentence before, it's going to talk about some kind of natural resources in plural or 2 different types, so that this sentence can call that natural resources these natural resources, pronoun. Okay, that's a second hint. Pretty big hint. Okay, so this migration, these natural resources, 2 hints, will eventually reach the surface. Okay, so that's also hint, whether you think it's small or big. So due to the previous sentence, meaning of the previous sentence, this migration ultimately will, the end point will be, this migration will get to, will arrive, will end to reach the surface. Unless it's stopped, it's going towards the surface and it will get to the surface. Okay, so that's another hint. All right, paragraph 2. Continuous sedimentation, which means the process of deposit settling on the sea bottom, buries, so continuous sedimentation buries the organic matter and subject it to higher temperature and pressure, which converts organic matter to oil and gas. I mean, this makes no sense. Like, we can never put this in the first box. It's not going to work at all, right? We don't have any this migration. Okay. As muddy sediments are pressed together, the gas and small droplets of oil may be squeezed out of the mud and may move into sandy layers nearby. Still, I don't see this. I mean, Gas and small droplets of oil maybe are squeezed out of the mud and moving into sandy layer nearby, but you cannot say this as the migration of something. Okay, all right. And this, like, does this give us enough hint to believe that because of this reason it will ultimately reach the surface? No. Okay. How about these natural resources? Gas, oil, yeah. Natural resources are covered, but I don't see how this sentence ensures it will ultimately reach the surface. No, that's absolutely not. Over a long period of time, yeah, I like this better. Accumulation, not a migration, accumulation, so maybe not yet, of gas and oil can collect in sandy lake. Exactly. So there is no migration here. There is this sentence does not have the migration that I'm looking for so that I can put this sentence right after this sentence. Okay, let's read again. Over a long period of time, accumulation of gas and oil can collect in sandy layers. So it's being collected and being built up, right? So there's no hint of migration or reaching the surface. This is definitely not given either. So I cannot put it here. So I have no choice. Fourth box, hopefully. I hope so. Let's find out. Getting a bit nervous. Both oil and gas, okay, so these natural resources covered, are less dense than water. So they generally tend to rise upwards. Migration. And rise upwards. So I'm going to read the remainder of the sentence, but rise up to reach where? The surface. Bam. Okay, let's read from the top. I think the fourth box is the answer. Both oil and gas, these natural resources, are less dense than water, lighter. So they generally tend to rise upwards, migration, through water-saturated rock and sediment. And as they keep rising, unless something stops it, as they keep rising, it's going to reach the surface. So the third hint was quite a big hint. Important hint after all. Okay? So let me read this sentence here. Unless something acts to halt this migration. So what is migration here? Migration of oil and gas rising upwards. Okay? So unless something acts to halt this migration, these natural resources, both oil and gas, will eventually reach the surface because keep rising. Okay. So they generally tend to rise upwards through water saturated rocks and sediment and eventually reach the surface unless something stops it. Perfect. Right? You get it, right? I don't need to read it again. I mean, I keep interrupting myself, so I'll calm down and read two sentences in full at once. Both oil and gas are less dense than water, so they generally tend to rise upwards through water-saturated rock and sediment. Unless something acts to halt this migration, these natural resources will eventually reach the surface. Bang. Okay. Question 9, the answer is fourth box or D. Next question, last question. Question 10, please. Okay, question 10. Let's do this to finish. An introductory sentence for a brief summary of the passage is provided below here, as you know. Complete the summary by selecting 3 answers, as you know. We need to choose 3 answers. that express the most important ideas. So we only need main ideas, important ideas, not minor detail. Some sentences do not belong in the summary because, so wrong answers are, they express idea that is not presented in the passage. So, wrong information. Okay, wrong information or information that is just not mentioned, or a minor idea. So we need to keep in mind what this part is telling us is that usually it's wrong information, but even if it's right information, if it's not the important ideas or main ideas, but very, very minor detail within the paragraph, then even if it's a correct information, it's not going to be the answer. Okay, so let's use that to help us choose the right answer. All right, let's go. Petroleum is broad term that includes both crude oil and natural gas. A. Petroleum formation is the result of biological as well as chemical activity. Yeah, exactly. Paragraph 1 and 2. So paragraph 1 and 2 shows it is biological because it all starts with the sediment and organic matter as a sediment or in sediment. It's a starting point. So, you have, it's a biological. It's like a living matter being preserved, and after accumulating millions of years, it becomes oils and gas. But through the high pressures and temperature and their components being changed, and through a high level of pressure and temperature, their original form is changing to oil and gas. That's chemical activities, right? Yeah. So paragraph 1 and 2. Okay. A is the right answer. B, the difficulty of finding adequate source of oil on land has resulted in a great number of offshore drilling sites. Yeah, it's paragraph 4. Okay, as oil becomes increasingly difficult to find, the search for it is extended to more hostile environment, and it introduced the Alaska and offshore exploration, trying to look for oil pools and field under the ocean. Okay, offshore drilling, right? So that's paragraph 4, main idea. C, petroleum extraction can have a negative impact on environment. Wow, getting nervous. A, B, C, all three is our answer. Okay, so D, E, F. All of them have to be wrong answers. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble, wouldn't we? Right? So, yeah, this is what? Paragraph 6, wasn't it? Last paragraph. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me read out the first sentence of paragraph 6 to help you confirm. Moreover, getting petroleum out of the ground and from under the sea and to the consumer can create environmental problem anywhere along the line, right? So that's paragraph 6. Has to be the answer. Okay? All right. Let's be careful, yeah? Let's bring it home. D. Petroleum tends to rise to the surface since it is lower in density than water. Super minor, right? And it's paragraph 3, I think. The gusher, right? Yeah. The paragraph 3 talks about many things. How when they find the oil pool, they drill a well. Okay, and they talk about the whole process of how they get the oil out. Okay, from the oil pool. Once they find it, how they drill it and how they get it out and how they separate it. So they talk about the whole process, paragraph 3, of getting the petroleum out under the ground. Okay, but look at this sentence. petroleum tends to rise to the surface since it is lower in density than water. That's like minor detail. Okay. E, current methods of petroleum extraction enable oil producers to recover about half of the. This is minor detail. Plus, this is wrong. Okay. It wasn't half. It was like 30 to 40%, wasn't it? Yeah. Paragraph 5. It says, even given the best extraction techniques, second last sentence of paragraph 5, even given the best extraction techniques, only about 30 to 40% of the oil in the given pool can be brought to the surface. Okay. Right. So, paragraph 5 talks about the factors you have to consider before deciding to drill under the ground or under the ocean or not. Okay. So that's the main idea, and the details are supporting that idea. Okay. So it's a minor detail, even if you thought this was the right answer. So it's like a thank you answer choice. Okay. It's minor detail. Plus, it's actually wrong. So E is out. F. Okay, please. Don't be right. I mean, F to be not right. Okay. Not for us. I'll be in trouble, wouldn't it? F. Accidents involving oil tankers occur when tanker. First of all, it's not a main idea because we already have an answer. It's from same paragraph. How can both be the answer? Okay. So C is the perfect answer to cover paragraph 6. So within paragraph 6, this one tiny example can be the answer. So it's already wrong. But this may be actually wrong information as well as being detailed. So let's double check. Accidents involving oil tankers occur when tankers run into, yeah, it's not mentioned. So it's a thank you answer choice. It's not always like this, guys. Yeah, this is really good question. D, if you look at it, it's not actually a wrong information at all. It's a correct information, but it's minor detail. Okay. F, even the information was right, it's still minor detail, but actually F is wrong information because accident involving oil tankers occur when tankers run into shore reef. This is not mentioned. Okay. So two things can happen. Be aware. Okay. So it could be minor detail, but it's a correct information. It could be wrong information. And it could be wrong information as well as minor detail. Okay. To be the wrong answer. See? Some sentences do not belong in the summary. Some answer choices are wrong because they express ideas that are not presented in the passage. So basically wrong information. Same thing, not mentioned. Or minor detail of the passage. Okay, so wrong answer can be wrong information, information not mentioned, or minor detail, or both. So and or. Okay, meaning minor detail and it's actually wrong information slightly. Anyway, you figured. Okay, so we're safe. D, E, F out. So question 10. 3 answer choices that are correct is A, B, C. Okay, so the whole passage, 10 questions, 1 TOEFL reading practice test set is completed. I hope this video helped you. In a way, I'm sure this did help you. And I hope you enjoyed this video. Okay, thank you guys. See you in my next episode, and make sure to subscribe if you haven't done so. And also, press that like button if you enjoyed the video. Okay, I look forward to seeing you again in my next video. Thank you, guys. Bye.